And welcome, everyone, to Kelly Short Stadium on the campus of Central Michigan University for this afternoon's MAC Sports Channel Game of the Week, featuring the visiting Hurons of Eastern Michigan and the host Chippewas of Central Michigan. Hi, everyone. I'm Denny Schreiner, and welcome to what will more than likely be the biggest game in the Mid-American Conference. Working with me once again, Reggie Rucker. And Reggie, both Central and Eastern, two talented teams that are ready to square off here today.
Well, they do some things that are similar, and they have players that are similar. Four things they have that I think ensures success in these two programs. One is the quarterback. For Eastern Michigan, you're talking about Sullivan, poised under pressure, a great leader. Two, running backs. Perry Foster for Eastern Michigan is a player that can do everything. He runs inside, and he can get outside, and he catches the football. Now, defensively, I think that's the reason why the Hurons win. They have the leading defense in the Mid-American Conference.
Reggie, if you look at Central Michigan, they're loaded as well at the skilled positions. They've got a young quarterback in Jeff Bender, but he does an outstanding job. Okay,
let's look at them now at quarterback. You mentioned Jeff Bender. He is a sophomore, but he can pass the football, and mostly he likes to hand it off, though, to his outstanding tailback, Donnie Riley. Riley may be, in my opinion, the best back in the Mid-American Conference because he breaks tackles, he gets on the outside, and he catches the football. As a matter of fact, he averages in double figures catching the football out of the backfield, and that's rare for a running back. And thirdly, their defense isn't too shabby either. They're second in the Mid-American Conference in defense.
We've talked about 3 out of 4. Now let's touch on the main guys on the sidelines, the head coaches.
All right, any ship needs direction, and of course these two football teams are coached by outstanding individuals. Jim Harkema from Eastern Michigan is a guy who likes to run the football, likes to play good, tough defense. He is a zone defense coach, and I think he will give you yardage underneath, but he won't give you the big play. Now, Herb Deremodi from Central Michigan is a little bit different because while he likes to run the football, defensively, he likes to play man-to-man, and he likes to rush that passer, and sometimes he gets big plays put on him, and as a result, Central Michigan is a little bit further down in statistics and defense.
Should be an absolutely perfect afternoon for college football. And keep in mind, folks, the Hurons of Eastern Michigan haven't defeated Central Michigan here at Kelly Short Stadium since 1972. We'll be back with the opening kickoff from Kelly Short Stadium on the MAC Sports Channel Game of the Week right after these messages.
You've heard and read a lot by now about the physical dangers of drugs and alcohol abuse. I'm sure you also heard and read lots of stories about the emotional damage that drugs and alcohol can cause. I don't think you can hear these stories too many times. Don't ever forget, you can lose your dreams. You can lose your talent. You can lose your life. The price of a high is too high.
You've heard and read a lot by now about the physical dangers of drug and alcohol abuse. I'm sure you've also heard and read lots of stories about the emotional damage that drugs and alcohol can cause. I don't think you can hear those stories too many times. Don't ever forget, you can lose your dreams, you can lose your talent, you can lose your life. The price of a high is too high.
This message furnished by the NCAA.
And welcome back, everyone, to Kelly Short Stadium. Denny Schreiner along with Reggie Rucker, just moments away from the start of the MAC Sports Channel Game of the Week. You hear all that crowd noise? Well, it's because there is a near-full stadium here. Our Michael Reghi has thawed out after last week's game in Ipsy, and Michael, it looks as if Eastern Michigan has put together convoy number 3.
Benny, you're correct. No question about that. You know, back in 1987, last time Jim Harkema's ball club won the MAC, went to the California Bowl, they were dubbed the Road Warriors. They were outstanding on the road all year long, and they had great support. No different today. 17 busloads, I'm told, of Huron fans, about 1,200 or so wearing the green and white. They make the cross-state trip, and they come right here into Kelly Short Stadium. Hey, they're going to need it, Denny, because as you said, it has been a long, long time since Eastern Michigan has got a football win on this turf at Kelly Shorts. We'll go upstairs and hear from Jim Harkema.
Thank you so much, Michael. We'll look forward to talking to you throughout the afternoon. Jim Harkema, the head coach at Eastern Michigan University, realizes what a tough game this will be this afternoon. He is particularly impressed with the front defensive line of Central Michigan.
Well, I think it starts up front with them just like it does with us. And I think number 49 and 93 are excellent players, and they can really brush the passer, and they're just got great speed. They're very tough and strong up front, and it'll be a challenge for our offense. I think it's going to be another Mid-American Classic matchup.
Without question, fans still filing in, and if you're Herb Deremodi, he realizes this is the game of the year for the Chippewas. If they don't win today, they might as well pack it up and start thinking about second place.
This ball game, as we look at it, it's a ball game that if we have any aspirations to be in the title race at the end, then we've got to win this ball game. It's a must ball game for Central Michigan if it has any idea at all of being in the championship race.
Obviously a key game for both ball clubs. Reggie, let's take a look at the MAC attack. What does Eastern have to do to win here today?
Well, do what they do best, and that's Tom Sullivan throwing the football, Perry Foster running it. Don't be inhibited. They need to also cause turnovers. They're the second team in the nation in forcing errors. I think they have to continue to do that to win today. And of course, a trademark for Eastern Michigan, poised under pressure, led by the senior quarterback Tom Sullivan.
And if you're Central Michigan, you have to try and bounce back from last week's loss at home. What do they have to do to win?
Well, despite the magnitude of the game, it's a big game. You have to do what got you here. Of course, that's Donnie Riley rushing the football. Create the mismatches. I think Central has a speed advantage in some situations on Eastern Michigan. They must take advantage of that. And of course, now you're talking about the big game, determines whether you're in the MAC conference race or not. You have to win in your own backyard with 20-some thousand fans screaming for you.
All right, and we're nearing just past the halfway point of the Mid-American Conference season. There you see Eastern Michigan still undefeated. If Central would win today, they would pull within a game of the Hurons.
They certainly would. It would be 4-1. They would set up a big match next week.
That's right.
Muncie.
Big ball game in Muncie next week. Of course, Ball State won on Thursday night against Indiana State. So if Central Michigan does win today, they'll be tied for at least second place. And there we look at the bottom half of the Mid-American Conference standings.
And of course, we're looking forward to going there next week. But right now, we got a good one here, folks.
Well, an absolutely picture-perfect afternoon for college football. Sunny skies. That's right. We're in Mount Pleasant, Michigan, and it's 72 degrees on October 28th.
I thought you told me wait till you get to the UP. This isn't really the UP.
No, this is
the LP.
You're not seeing you're not seeing the true Upper Peninsula weather at this point in time, but I'm told that this is by far and away the nicest day they've had on a Saturday in quite some time. Series between these two ball clubs completely dominated by Central Michigan. Eastern won the toss, Reggie, and opted to take the football to start the second half of play, so Central gets their hands on it first.
Very good return man right in the center of the field. Darnell Rush, number 25, real exciting little runner.
Just about ready for the start of the MAC Sports Channel Game of the Week. And we've been waiting anxiously for this one to happen. The only loss for Central Michigan in the conference on the road at Bowling Green. And it was a come-from-behind victory for the Falcons in that one. Lopp with the long, long kick. And that ricochets around a little bit, a couple of yards back deep. And venturing out with it was Eric Plate, and he got shellacked at about the 15-yard line. And let's take a look at the offensive line for Central. Hopkins, Kenoy, Vase, Newland, Bazarico, and Wyatt. And the skill people, running backs, Connolly and Riley. An outstanding young quarterback in Bender, and at the wideouts, Ely and Kent. First offensive play from about the 16-yard line for the Chippewas, just underway.
Riley operating less than 100% today, but he is still a load.
Didn't waste any time getting it to Donnie Riley, who tries the left side, maybe goes for a couple of yards, and then he is finally dragged down there. Excellent defensive interior line, and here's a look. Don Shell English, Herman Bain, Mike Bass, and Craig Petersmark, probably the best interior in the business in the MAC. Active linebackers in Nesson Wyken, their leading tackler Tom Schooler, and in the secondary it's Smith, Charles Gordon, Werner Blakely, and the #1 interceptor in the country, Bob Navarro, who has 10 picks this year. Second down play for the Chippewas. Back to Riley. They try right tackle. Riley has some room. Ball spurts loose. And guess who comes up with it? It's Navarro, who always seems to be in the right place at the right time.
And I talked with Jim Harkema about Bob Navarro, and he mentioned that very thing in terms of describing Navarro. He said, I don't know whether the guy is just so good or is he always in the right place at the right time. Let's see who gets the shot. We can't see it, but it's probably one of the defensive backs because it came from the side. As you saw, the ball pop loose from Donnie Riley, who got hit and did not see the tackler. And, of course, the ball took a very favorable bounce to Eastern Michigan.
Eastern Michigan, number 2 in the country in takeaways, and they've already done it here in the early stages of the opening quarter. Tom Sullivan, their senior quarterback, hands off to Perry Foster, who gets to the outside and is shut down there pretty quickly at about the 25-yard line. As we look at the offensive line now for the Hurons, Brocklebank, McHugh, Johnstone, Fairman gets to start today at right guard, and Eric Toe, and the outstanding tight end is Rob Fogarty. At the wideouts, it's Pfeiffer and the speedy Todd Bell, Sullivan the QB, and probably the best 1-2 tandem in the Mid-American Conference, Charles Nash and Perry Foster. On the delay, Foster with a nice head and shoulder fake inside the 20 down to about the 18-yard line. James Williams in on the tackle for Central Michigan. As we look at their interior line, Papler, Delecta, and J.J. Waringa. Linebackers, Chris Thompson, Rich Curtis, Clarence Rose had a great game 2 weeks ago, and their all-MAC linebacker in Dennis. In the secondary, it's Strong, Meade, Cooper gets the start today, and also James Williams, who just made that tackle.
Tom Sullivan can put you under the gun down in this part of the field. He's a very versatile quarterback, has a great throwing arm as well as the outstanding rushing attack behind him.
Full house backfield. Now Foster is in motion. A handoff to Nash.
Oh, great defense there.
Who really got hit hard by Rich Curtis, who stuck a helmet on number 38 as he got to the line of scrimmage.
Rich Curtis, number 38 is not very big, Denny, but you watch here, very strong and very quick inside. As you saw number 38 get that helmet and those shoulder pads, and didn't allow any kind of penetration after that.
David Johnson also with a hand in on the tackle as they'll have to bring out the sticks to measure. And it's more than enough. Well, Reggie, I know that you've talked a lot about Eastern Michigan, a team that seems to take advantage when they're put in the position. And right now, if they would score right off the bat, it would go a long way for them here this afternoon.
One of the things that you like for your football team to do when you're playing a good football team and you're playing on the road is score first. Gives you great confidence. Now, Tom Sullivan isn't afraid to pass on first down in this situation.
Bell split out wide to the left. Pfeiffer, the flanker, to the right. Sprint draw to Foster, shut down at the line of scrimmage, might have even lost a yard on the play, and Curtis in on the tackle once again.
And you might say, why run a draw play on first down? Well, the reason why they run a draw play on first down is because the tendencies chart shows that Eastern Michigan will throw the football about 45% of the time on first down, and that is a lot.
Sprint draw being Jim Harkema's favorite play, too. You give the offensive line a chance to block for a moment, and the tailback gets good vision, gets a good chance to see where the holes are. The hole was plugged that time, though. Second down and a dozen. Double twin set to the left. One more time.
Great defense.
In the backfield, Dave Delecta really broke down the entire play, and Clarence Rose cleaned up as Foster had nowhere to go.
I'll tell you something. If you're playing Central Michigan, you better put some helmets on number 38, Rich Curtis, and number 54, Clarence Rose, because if you don't, this is what will happen. Watch number 54 all over the field. He's usually from sideline to sideline. These are just pursuers, great pursuers of the football.
Coach Deremodi looks on anxiously. Third down and 12. No gain whatsoever on that play. 3 wide receivers in for Eastern Michigan.
This guy can drop back and throw the football with the best of them.
Sullivan looks left the whole way, going into the end zone for it all. And when the ball was in the air, Marchetti and also I think it was Pfeiffer, wasn't it, or Rodney Screen? Pfeiffer, they collided at about the 5, but there was no call.
Well, I tell you what. It appeared that Pfeiffer was going to get away from Marchetti, and the football was in the air, and you cannot touch the receiver at that point. And the neat thing about college football is that if you commit a pass interference, they just march off the yardage from the line of scrimmage, whereas in the professional, you sit down in the lower left-hand corner, the ball would have been right there on the 2-yard line.
Defensive pass interference, 15 yards, and first down.
See, that's what's smart if you're a defender in college and you feel you're beaten for a touchdown. The penalty will be marked from the line of scrimmage as opposed to the point of infraction.
Pfeiffer caught a big touchdown pass that allowed Eastern Michigan to beat Bowling Green last week, and I think you're right. He had
there it is again, the lower left-hand corner. There's the penalty. Now, as we were saying, in professional football, the offense would get the ball about the 1-yard line.
In this case now, it sets up at about the 4. First and goal to go for Eastern Michigan, looking to take advantage of an early fumble recovery. Nash, off right tackle, stood up at the line of scrimmage. Little or no gain. Curtis, who had 10 tackles against Eastern Michigan last year, probably has 5 here in the first quarter.
They like to give the football to Charles Nash in this part of the field. Charles Nash is 5'10", about 250 pounds. Now, the other player that becomes an integral part of the goal line offense is Mitch Brown, number 26. Jim Harkema loves to give this guy the football. He's not in there right now, but I wouldn't be surprised if he comes in there pretty quickly. 2
tight end offense now, Jason Wolf and Rob Fogarty. Both in the lineup. Power football, that's what Jim Harkema likes to play. Murillo in motion, trying to lead block to the tailback. Foster cracks down inside to about the 2-yard line. Not much running room there as David Johnson got a helmet on him.
This would be a tremendous boost for the Chippewa defense if they're able to keep Eastern from scoring on this particular drive. There it is again. We can't see the holding call, but you see that Central does a fine job once again.
Got holding on the offense. Repeat, second down.
Big break defensively for the Chippewas on the mental mistake.
And how neat that is in college football that you don't get singled out.
Oh, yeah.
It's just an offensive or defensive foul.
Did you have a good time on the sideline Monday night, Browns-Bears game?
I brought some magic to the fellas.
Did Art Modell suggest that you come to all the home games?
They did. I told, yeah, they did, and I said, pay me.
I was going to say, I knew from your standpoint there would be some negotiating going on. Well,
money.
Second down and 14, or second down and about goal to go. Play action, and they were setting up the screen to Nash. The ball overthrown. And so it'll bring up now third down and long for the Hurons.
Extreme pressure that time. As you watch Tom Sullivan set up, this play never really develops as you'd like it because it just happens too quickly. Sullivan has to get rid of the football quickly. Charles Nash isn't ready for it.
Chippewas trying to hang on for dear life.
Remember, too, we have 2 of the MAC's finest field goal kickers in this football game.
Hennigan and Kevin Nickel. They are 1-2 in the conference. Nickel ranked very highly nationally. Big third down play. Pressure is on. Sullivan rolls out, makes the throw, and that one is going nowhere. So credit J.J. Waringa for putting pressure on Sullivan. There was nothing he could do.
Waringa, and also a fellow who's playing more and more these days. And very good pressure.
So Hennigan comes on to try the field goal. It will be a 31-yard attempt. 12 of 18 on the season for Tim Hennigan. Hold is down. Kick has plenty of length, and it is good. So with 9:53 left to go here in quarter number 1, Eastern Michigan leads this one 3-0. We'll be back with more of the MAC Sports Channel Game of the Week right after these messages.
Foreign substances are being introduced into your body on a daily basis. Over time, they can hurt your health. In the wrong amounts, they can increase your risk of heart disease. But you do have choices, and one is to change the way you eat. To learn how a low-fat, low-cholesterol diet can help you, contact the American Heart Association. Your life is in your hands.
If somebody walked up to me and told me to give up my athletic ability, my self-respect, and my money, I'd be angry.
Good one. Swung on, line drive into right field for a base hit. He had 1 hit.
I wouldn't just throw away my talents or my hard-earned money. So I'm not going to rob myself of everything that's important to me by using drugs and alcohol. So if you're using drugs and alcohol, you're stealing from yourself. And sooner or later, you'll be left with nothing.
This message furnished by the NCAA.
And welcome back to Kelly Short Stadium on the campus of Central Michigan University. Denny Schreiner along with Reggie Rucker, Michael Reghi down on the sideline. And Reggie, it wasn't a touchdown, but it was a scoring opportunity.
Yeah, but on the other hand, for Central Michigan, that was good defense. I mean, they could have been behind 7-0 here. The defense played excellent transition ball and limited Eastern to 3 points.
Second time this afternoon that the Chippewas will get their hands on the football. Another excellent kick.
Mishandled that thing twice now.
Eric Clayton bobbles it one more time, and that seems to happen once you get into thinking negatively about catching the football. There you see him grasping it, but they'll start first down and 10 from the 20.
There are a few butterflies going on now. They know this is a big ball game.
Back on the field comes Jeff Bender, who is one of the bright prospects.
That's a very important graphic right there. Central is averaging 4.8 yards on first down plays. That sets up continuity in a drive. And the reason why they have such success is, one, that offensive line, and two, the gifted running ability of Donnie.
Play action for Bender, who's looking to go over the middle, and this one is picked off right in the middle of the field at about the 30-yard line. Scott Wyka comes up with the interception. You just can't turn it over in your own backyard, Reggie, and hope to get out of here with a victory.
You're going to expose your defense to too many opportunities by the Eastern offensive attack. Let's take a look at Bender. Sometimes young guys will try to force the football, and Bender does that right here. There's no way you should throw that football. As you watch Scott Wyka, number 98, who's been injured off and on this year. They look for a big year from Wyka. He's just getting healthy and makes a big play there.
8th interception on the year thrown by Bender, the 17th of his career. And once again, Eastern Michigan sets up shop in excellent field position. Right to the tailback. Foster slashes off left tackle and ends up maybe gaining a yard at most.
And you better have a good defense if you keep handing the football to number 17 and Eastern Michigan in this part of the football field with such a short distance to go to scoring territory. You'll be very, very fortunate.
Well, especially with a kicker like Hennigan. Hennigan's not going to miss from inside the 30-yard line, especially with a little wind at his back. Second down play, twin set receivers out to the right side, and Bennett and Bell. 9-10 and the clock rolling here in the opening quarter. Eastern Michigan leads 3-0. They're looking for more. Foster fights through the first wave and then gets pulled down at about the 23-yard line by David Johnson.
Mark of a good back. The player that can get through that first wave and break a tackle or make a move and then make a decision.
Well, we're blessed today. We're seeing the number 1 and number 2 tailbacks in the conference in Riley and Foster, although Riley hasn't had much of a chance to run with the ball yet. Third down and 5. Pressure is on. Sullivan rolls, has to throw it in a hurry. What a play! Nash picked it right off his hip, fought off one would-be tackler in Rich Curtis, and will end up shy of the first down. But what a throw by Sullivan.
And what a catch by Nash. But what a play by Rich Curtis, who has 250 pounds of man right there at the first down marker and doesn't let him gain another foot. Watch this. Great pressure. Sullivan gets rid of the football. And then you see the great catch by Nash. Now watch this. Look at number 38.
Also,
I mean, that's a big man. There's another look at it. Sullivan goes down. I'll tell you.
Big fourth down play. Chippewas dig in. And Sullivan scoots for it on his own. Sullivan maybe picked up 2 yards on the play, so the Hurons will hang on to the football, and they'll get 4 fresh downs.
I guess we should point out that number 16, David Johnson, who wasn't supposed to start today because of injury, actually was the man at 190 pounds that stopped Charles Nash. He's in the football game, and I'll tell you, he is hurting.
Well, when you've got Nash and Foster, two strong running backs, and those cornerbacks and defensive secondary people have to come up and meet them, that's a long afternoon.
Well, it makes it also an excellent opportunity for a play-action pass.
Nash from the deep spot. Off right tackle, ends up inside the 15, down to about the 12-yard line. Just pretty much straight ahead power football. We really haven't seen Sullivan throw the ball too much, at least on first down, but it appears as if Central Reggie's doing a nice job of putting pressure on him.
And we talked about how efficient this football team is, how they will do what they do best. And that's Nash lead blocking for Foster, and then if Sullivan has to, throwing the football, but throwing it short and very safe passes.
Second down and 6 for the Hurons, who lead 3-0 here. Sprint draw, Foster scrapes about 3 yards off the turf.
So they won't panic. They'll stay with what they do, and that's taking that football up the gut. And you see right now, they're going to be in a 3rd and about 4-yard situation. That allows Sullivan to come out of there with a lot of options. I mean, he can go downfield, but he also can throw the football to one of those backs, and that's how they keep drives going. They utilize their backs in the passing game.
And they've done an excellent job on those 3rd down plays of hanging on to the football.
Oh, great call there.
A little hesitation on the call, offsides, and it'll be a first down for Eastern Michigan.
Voice inflection.
Looked like it was Werner that was offside.
Werner, number 93, he's set up fired to charge the passer anyway. You can see number 93 falling back on his heels there, trying to get back, and he didn't make it in time.
Okay, he'll give you a first down. Offside on the defense, first down.
Let me point out something here, because the quarterback is allowed to draw you off sides with his voice. He just can't do it and at the same time bob or move his head or shoulders. That would be intentionally drawing the defense offside.
Sullivan, the top-rated passing efficiency quarterback in the Mid-American Conference, completing better than 55% of his passes, has the Hurons now at the 5-yard line. First down, goal to go. Hand off to Nash. Nash shoulders his way inside the 5 to about the 3-yard line. Yardage very tough down in there. Kenny Strong in on the tackle.
And we told you that the Chippewas are the number 2 rated defense in the conference. So, you know, this is a tough football team. I mean, they're not going to give up anything easily. Eastern Michigan's going to have to fight hard for every inch it gets down here.
Eastern Michigan opts to call the timeout. Sullivan heads over to chat with Jim Harkema, the offensive coordinators. You made a good point about the defense, Reggie. They're ranked number 2 in the conference, stopping the run, giving up just 125 yards a game. So today it was going to be almost the number 1 rushing team against the number 1 defensive team against the rush.
See, I think what makes you a good rushing defense is the fact that in practice, if you are Eastern Michigan or Central Michigan, what do you do best? You run. So you practice rushing the football a lot. And these defensive players develop outstanding techniques against the rush because they see it a lot in practice. Consequently, when they get into a football game, they should excel against something that they see every day.
Troops huddled around Jim Harkema. On the other side, across the way, Herb Deremodi in his 12th season, 2 of the most successful MAC coaches. Boy, his record, you look at Harkema's record over the last 3 years, 17-3-1 in conference play. 2 of those losses have come here against Herb Deremodi.
When Harkema took over Eastern Michigan, they were a rock bottom. He had to do one heck of a job in getting this program back in the right direction.
Second down and 4, 5:24 left to go in the opening quarter. Eastern Michigan leads, courtesy of a 31-yard Tim Hennigan field goal. Murillo in motion. Pitch back to Foster, trying to get to the perimeter and could not do it. Superb play turned in by Chris Thompson, who fought off the block and made the tackle.
Now, if there's anything that you might say that Foster doesn't do right, is that make decisions. See, now watch this. He should go inside this block. Number 85, Fogarty, he should take that football right off the blocker's tail. Instead, he makes a fake inside and goes outside, and that was not the right decision to make there.
Foster leaves the field now, and Mitch Brown, number 26, checks in, a very tough, hard-nosed runner down near the goal line.
Let me tell you which way this fellow will go. He will come right at you with the football. He'll try to run right over you.
He's going to get an opportunity. Dragged down, though, at about the 2.5-yard line. Miles McHaney, the first to grab him, and Central Michigan's defense trying to stand tall inside their 5.
What a boost for Central Michigan if they can give the football back to Eastern twice, and hold them to field goals on 2 opportunities.
Well, Hennigan comes in, Reggie, so you've made a good point there. Hennigan will come in and try the shorty for Eastern Michigan, but if he makes it, they're only down 6-0 as opposed to maybe 14-0.
It makes all the difference in the world, because what it says to Central is that, look, we have taken Eastern's best shot with our backs against the wall and have not given up a touchdown.
It'll be a 19-yard attempt from the right hash mark. Hennigan splitting the uprights with that one, so Hennigan is 2 for 2 here at Mount Pleasant, Michigan, and now we'll pause here for a break in the action. With 3:57 left to go in the opening quarter, Eastern Michigan 6, Central Michigan nothing. We'll be back with more after this.
Introducing the 1990 Toyota Celica. Its totally new shape will please your sense of design. And the way it moves will stimulate your sense of excitement. The all-new Toyota Celica. You'll love what it does for you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Bill Moore, inviting you to join me every Monday night at 6 o'clock right here on Pass Sports for a brand new outdoor adventure series that we call More Outdoors. We bring you more adventure, more excitement, more of everything you want in an outdoor adventure series, and it happens each and every Monday night at 6 o'clock right here on Pass. So join me, Bill Moore, for the sportsman's alternative, More Outdoors.
The NCAA.
Former NBA All-Star with the Atlanta Hawks, Detroit Pistons, and the Washington Bullets. Central Michigan's Dan Roundfield, another MAC legend. 6-0, Eastern Michigan leads after a fumble recovery and an interception, a pair of Hennigan field goals. Eric Plate no longer back receiving kicks, at least here in the first quarter for Central Michigan. Lop gets the heavy foot into it. And it's Marchetti at the goal line. Breaks one tackle, runs into his own man, and finally gets wrapped up at about the 23-yard line. He was looking to hit somebody. Didn't make any difference who it was.
Herb Deremodi wanted someone in there to catch that football and replace Plate with Marchetti, and Marchetti gets the football back to the 24-yard line.
If you're Herb Deremodi, you've probably pulled the offense over and said, okay, guys, let's at least run 3 plays this time before something goes wrong. 26 yards, 10 plays it took, but Central Michigan's defense rising to the occasion, giving up just the field goal.
Well, and his primetime players caused those turnovers, Bender and Riley, but he's got to go back to those 2.
Quick pitch to Riley. Gets a block. Gets to the outside. Navarro tries to catch up with him, and Riley is all the way out to the 45-yard line.
I think Riley is the best decision-making runner in the Mid-American Conference. You're going to see some excellent decisions made right there. Not only do you have to make those decisions, but you have to be able to transmit to your physical prowess that I can do this thing too. So he can do it both intelligently upstairs and then with the ability.
First down and 10 to go from the 45-yard line. On the delay. Oh, a nice head and shoulder fake by Riley. Gets whacked pretty good though. And finally gets out to about the 49. Wyka in on the tackle that time for Eastern Michigan.
Good blocking on the perimeter here. You're going to see Riley get a chance to get right on the corner right now. Makes a couple of moves there and picks up about 4 yards. So that's a good first down rush.
Anthony Williams really put a helmet on him there and turned him back inside. Second down and 6 for the Chippewas. On the delay, Riley trying to look for some running room, and this time Williams not only hits him, but he hangs on to him and drops him for a loss.
Anthony Williams for Eastern is a very quick young man. Top of the screen, right side, you're going to see Williams get penetration into the backfield and make a picture-perfect tackle. That's the way you do it. Make contact with those shoulder pads and then wrap those arms around the legs.
Big number 70, Herman Bain, had blocked his offensive blocker right back into the offensive backfield, forcing Riley to jut outside. Third down and 10. Eastern Michigan's defense stiffening here.
Audible coming.
And the Chippewas will be penalized for taking too much time.
Bender was trying to get out of the play called. It appeared to be a zone defense, and he wanted to change. Get the call here.
Dead ball, delay on the offense. Repeat third down.
And the problem with it was that he couldn't hear. And I mean, this is his stadium. And when you're in your own ballpark, your fans have to keep quiet when you have the football on offense. So if you have to audible, your players can hear you.
Reggie, when you were talking about it, he thought it was a zone to start. Is that when Charles Gordon came up and looked like he was going to play the guy man-to-man and drop back
then
down?
backed
Okay.
off.
That's what I thought. So Gordon, the senior, obviously trying to mix
play
up.
a few mind games with Bender.
Did it that time, and it cost Central 5 yards. Forced out of the pocket, nice throw. But Joe Connolly couldn't come up with the reception as Bender that time was on the move, and Central has to kick it back.
This was just a failed experience for Central on this series anyway. This wasn't the play to pick up the 15 yards needed to get a first down. Connolly drops the football anyway, but for the first time in the ball game, the Chippewas will have an opportunity to put the ball on the other end of the other side of the field.
Charles Gordon, a very dangerous punt return man, back deep and single safety for Eastern Michigan.
Punting into a slight breeze coming from the south. It might take about 5 yards off the ball.
Not a good kick for Winners. Fair catch called by Stoichitis at the 40-yard line. So once again, excellent field position for the Hurons. 1:43 left to go here in the opening quarter. 6-0 Eastern Michigan on top. The MAC Sports Channel game of the week.
Foreign substances are being introduced into your body on a daily basis. Over time, they can hurt your health. In the wrong amounts, they can increase your risk of heart disease. But you do have choices, and one is to change the way you eat. To learn how a low-fat, low-cholesterol diet can help you, contact the American Heart Association. Your life is in your hands.
You might have the impression that you can use drugs and alcohol and still be at your best. In fact, some people claim that drugs and alcohol help them to perform better in school, at work, in sports, or just helping them to get through the day. But you can see where those people really end up, hooked and helpless. Drugs and alcohol don't pave the way to success. They're nothing but a dead end.
This message furnished by the NCAA.
Eastern Michigan leads late in the first quarter, 6-0 over Central Michigan.
Travel arranged through Continental, which has a new foreign policy offering upgrades and vacation certificates for first and business class international passengers. Call Continental for details.
Bell in motion for Eastern Michigan. First down play. And it's play action. Sullivan looks down the left sideline. Excellent pass and catch. Pfeiffer comes up with the reception. That one was right on the money.
That's what we told you about Eastern Michigan, is that they will throw the football on first down more than a lot of passing football teams. Now, they're basically a running football team, but Jim Harkema likes to throw the football and probably would throw it more if Tom Sullivan had his way. But when you talk about just being able to drop back and throw, man, this guy can do it.
Really sees the field, knows what he can and can't do. Play action again, looking over the middle. A tremendous grab down inside. Marchetti is the one that's in on the tackle.
Now, when you talk about coming over the middle on a play like that, I wanted my quarterback to put the ball low, just like this, because one, it's going to be difficult to break up. Two, this is an easier pass to catch because watch the receiver get down and get his body, make sure the football comes to him, then protects it with his body, and that's an absolute guarantee of the catch.
Chris Nineheis with a beautiful reception. Ball squirts loose. Sullivan in the right spot at the right time. Scoops it up at the 12-yard line.
Hey, Tom, come on up and sell some popcorn and stuff. You do everything else.
All right, we've got an update now from Michael Reghi.
Denny, I tell you what, with Eastern Michigan on the drive, just had a chance to listen to some of their defenders here as they came off the field. One of their goals is to get the football for their offense 3 times in a ball game. They've already accomplished that twice. They've kept Central Michigan down offensively. They're going in to maybe make this football game a little bit bigger lead. Back upstairs.
Well, they've done a superb job of grabbing the football away. It's 6-0. Hurons trying to add to their lead. And we're still in the first quarter. Flag on the play. Brown gets blistered at about the 12-yard line.
Remember, in our MAC attack, one of the keys to winning for Eastern was to force errors. They're first in the Mid-American Conference and second in the entire nation in doing that. They've already taken the ball away twice. That staggered kind of a cadence by Tom Sullivan has Central Michigan jumping just a little bit.
Well, you see Waringa fighting off that block and then at least getting a hand on the running back as we've got an injured Chippewa down on the field. That's Tim Antonides.
Offside on the defense. 2nd down.
Central Michigan causing a problem for themselves there as they were offside even before the snap.
That's real smart game preparation when you see a quarterback using his cadence to draw the defense off sides. That means that they already know through game films and scouting that there's a player who likes to get a quick start. And players that like to get that quick start defensively are the players that are most susceptible to being drawn offside.
Antonides will head to the sideline. Looks as if he is okay. Maybe just had the wind knocked out of him. And it'll bring up a 2nd down and 5 for Eastern Michigan. Ball now spotted inside the 10 at about the 8.5. They have spent the majority of quarter number 1 in Central Michigan's end zone. On the delay, Brown inside the 5 to about the 3-yard line. Coughs up the football, but he was already down.
Yeah, here's what happens when you continue to turn the football over and then you keep getting down and exposing your offense. No matter how good your defense is, you take a look at Mitch Brown busting right up the middle again. You're putting them in too many situations, Denny. There are too many opportunities for Eastern Michigan. And I don't care how good you are defensively. At some point, they're going to find a crack in the veneer.
And also what happens is you keep getting pounded by those huge offensive linemen, and sooner or later you start to grow a little weary, and the minute you do, a Brown or a Foster takes it all the way on.
And then additionally, you get behind, let's say they score here and they're behind 13-0, you put that big defensive line of Easterns, you turn those guys loose to rush the passer, and Bender's in for a long day.
Well, let's see if Central Michigan defensively can come up with something after we finish the first quarter, because time has now expired, and so now we'll take a break in the action. After the opening quarter, here in Mount Pleasant, Michigan, it's 6-0 Eastern Michigan, and they're looking for more.
We're turning on a brand new radio station, custom designed for Ann Arbor. It's the all-new Mix 107 FM. Mix 107 plays a truly unique variety of music, an outstanding mix of jazz, mellow soul, and the very best of contemporary music. As eclectic as Ann Arbor itself. Not too hard, not too soft, and never repetitious. So if the stations you've been listening to are too hard, too soft, or too predictable, try Ann Arbor's best mix, the all-new Mix 107 FM.
In the pizza delivery game, the Noid can zap ordinary pizzas. But Domino's Pizza delivers more than all the others combined. So when you call Domino's Pizza, you get the best delivered pizza. The Noid just can't beat the best. Domino's Pizza. Nobody delivers better.
Live from the beautiful new River Downs in Cincinnati, Ohio, it's the culmination of an exciting 1989 Ohio Thoroughbred racing season, the 3rd annual Best of Ohio Series. A trio of races including the mile and the 16th Juvenile Championship, the mile and the 8th Distaff Championship, and the mile and a quarter Endurance Championship. A great afternoon of thoroughbred racing from the new River Downs beginning at 4 o'clock Eastern, Saturday, October 28th. The best of Ohio.
Fans from Eastern Michigan certainly enjoying the early on action here. Reggie Rucker, their team leads 6-0 and would like to make it 13-0.
Well, they know they have a fine football team, so they don't mind traveling about 2.5 hours to watch these fellas play.
Not as long as you feel like your team has a chance to win.
Yeah, because it might be 2.5 hours coming over, but if you lose, it's about 6 hours going back.
First down, goal to go for the Hurons. That time Sullivan tried to take it himself.
Sullivan is the prototype kind of quarterback. Doesn't run the football by design much. Likes to just drop back and throw the football. First quarter.
Possession for Central Michigan, 3 minutes and 11 seconds, and the reason why is because of the 2 turnovers.
And of course, passing yards for Central Michigan, 0.
A big surprise. Well, apparently that was 2nd down and inches. Scoreboard said 1st and goal to go, but it was wrong. That's why Sullivan is diving to try and pick up the 1st down, and the offensive lineman single yet. We've got it. So now it is 1st down and goal to go inside the 5, and that Central Michigan defense has done nothing but defend their goal line here for the better part of the 1st quarter.
And they're going right into the part of the field, the stands, where their fans are sitting. All the tickets given to Eastern have been allocated right in this end zone, so this is friendly territory they're rushing to.
Nash lines up in the deep tailback position. And Kenny Strong, the first Chippewa to get a hold of him, down to about the 3-yard line. So Harkema has gone to Nash, Mitch Brown, and also Hector Murillo in the backfield, although Perry Foster now checks in.
When Foster comes in, of course, they provide you with a different picture because Sullivan could throw the football, but when they have those big guys in there, such as this big full house backfield with the 2 fullbacks, Murillo and Nash, you can bet they're going to pound this thing right at
you. Deep back again, it's Nash. Very close to the goal line, down inside the 1-yard line. I'll tell you one thing, Central Michigan's defense has really, really played tough at the goal line.
It's the only place they've been.
Haven't had much choice, have they?
No.
Man, you get Charles Nash at 6 feet or 5'11" and 250 pounds running at you time after time. 3rd down, goal to go from about the 1-yard line. Chip's trying to hang tough.
This is where the defensive line wants to just get under that offensive line and create the opportunities for those linebackers to stand up the runners.
And movement on the offensive line of scrimmage. Whether or not it was an Eastern offensive lineman or a defensive player, only time will tell. It appears as if Eastern has moved offside.
Dead ball, illegal procedure on the offense.
All right, I would expect to see Perry Foster come back. Mitch Brown and 2 more receivers are coming back into this ball game.
3rd down and 6, and on the other side of the coin, if Central stops him, Reggie, it's a situation where Eastern's had it right down there 3 times in a row and hasn't been able to punch it in.
Yeah.
Big play now for both ball clubs, momentum-wise here, with 13:03 left to go in the 1st half of play, and Eastern Michigan says we'll go ahead and spend another timeout just to make sure that we have the play that we want. So Tom Sullivan will head sideline-wise and chat with Jim Harkema. And Hark, at this point, I would say, Reggie would have to be a little upset with his offensive unit.
Well, he is. I mean, he's the leading scorer, scoring team in the Mid-American Conference. But don't forget that Central Michigan is the leader defensively against scoring. So that, I mean, you've got 1 versus 1. Something's got to give. So far, I would think that Central Michigan's held their own down there. I mean, it's hard to give a football team the football 3 times inside the 5, and you do not give up touchdowns.
And don't forget, Sports Channel's Pro Boxing Tour comes to you live from Sacramento, California on Monday, October 30th at 9 p.m. The main event features Tim Brooks at 19-6 with 16 KOs versus Rowdy Welch at 9-0 with 1 knockout in a scheduled 10-round junior welterweight bout. And it's not available in all areas, so make sure you check your local listings for Sports Channel Boxing. The entire defense of Central Michigan headed over to the sideline to chat with their coordinator and Herb Deremodi to get the signal straight. 3rd down and 6 for Eastern Michigan. 12:58 left to go in the 2nd quarter. Eastern leads 6-0. Fans are on their feet here at Kelly Short Stadium in Mount Pleasant. They want to see the defense stop Eastern. Sullivan on the rollout. Throws it short. Fogarty couldn't come up with the play. And so Central Michigan hangs on by the fingernails, Reggie, and they'll have to try and block a field goal.
You rarely see this by Sullivan, and I'll tell you what happens. As you watch Fogarty, the The ball just dropped Sullivan, but when you're running out of there on a sprint draw like Sullivan was, and you're running away from the receiver, it's extremely difficult to lead him when you're running away from the receiver. Tough play to make.
It'll be a 22-yard attempt for Hennigan, who is 2 for 2 on the afternoon. Now let's make it 3 for 3. So Hennigan right on the money one more time, as the Hurons take a 9-0 lead with 12:52 left to go here at Kelly Short Stadium in Mount Pleasant, Michigan.
When I was in high school, I knew that I wanted to go to college. My father has always been in academics. He's been a professor on the college level for most of my life. My mother was also involved on the college campus. Athletics for me served as a luxury. Actually, it was almost like dessert. You know, my father would say, son, work hard, do your schoolwork. If you accomplish your schoolwork, I'll allow you to play sports. If we fail to do well in a semester, then we would have to quit participating in that particular sport for that semester. I think higher education is very important. But one of the things I would stress is that a lot of our students never make it to higher education. And one of the things we have to do is begin to work with students early on.
This message furnished by the NCAA.
He's the starting right fielder against right-handers for San Francisco's Giants. We're talking of Pat Sheridan, one more MAC legend. If things continue the way they are, Pat's going to be finished with the World Series here shortly, Reggie.
Quickly, yeah.
3-0. The A's are just bombing the Giants.
Look like one of the best teams I've seen in a while.
Well, and they're young, too. Did you ever take a look at that roster?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Tony La Russa, biggest break in sports, gets fired from the White Sox and ends up with the A's. Well, this time Eric Plate takes it on the run. He's on the move, trying to vindicate a couple of drops, bulldozes out near the 47-yard line. And Eric, that was a much tougher play than the two that he dropped.
Well, Plate is a guy that only plays on kick returns, and he had 2 opportunities prior to that one, and he dropped both of them. Deremodi takes him out, and he said, look, man, give me another shot. Deremodi gives him another shot. He gets up in there, runs over some people, provides the Chips with outstanding field position at about midfield. And believe me, 9-0, the Chips defense have kept them in this ball game.
Time for the offense to come up with something.
They're too good to stay down very long.
9-0, Eastern on top. Wiley at the perimeter, he turns it upfield. Makes a tremendous move and is finally, no, he's not pulled down. He's going to take it all the way. An unbelievable run for Donnie Riley.
Now, there may be better backs, but this is the best runner I've seen in quite some time. Look at the moves. Fakes a couple of players. Marchetti. Werner Blakely, number 20, is going to get a shot. Didn't make it. Navarro couldn't catch him. Here's Blakely, number 20. He was the one with the shot here. Strong at 195 pounds, and then quick enough to outrun everybody else.
2 different Hurons had a chance at bringing him down, and Blakely for sure had him wrapped up at about the 40-yard line, and Riley just runs out of the tackle, takes it all the way for his 9th touchdown of the season.
With all respect to Parmalee at Ball State, the 2 players on the field today would certainly have to have my vote as the MVPs in the Mid-American Conference this year. This fellow would be a guy in the running, and of course Tom Sullivan for Eastern Michigan.
Starting left guard for Central Michigan, Tony Vase is down and being attended to, and it looks as if it might be an ankle or a knee. We're not really sure.
That's a game-breaking halfback. When you have players like that are on the field, and you have a defense that just wouldn't give in, it was easy for their defense to say, oh, heck, you know, we've stopped them 2 times, and now we don't have to do it here. But they kept fighting down on that 3rd opportunity, kept Eastern out of the end zone, and then one big play, and you got a big ball game once again. Question now is, will they go for 2?
Vase walks off slowly. It's either the left knee or the ankle, but apparently he is able to walk off. Donnie Riley just exploding for the touchdown run that's ignited the crowd and the rest of his teammates. Big day for him, 86 yards already. Last year he rushed for 2 touchdowns and 94 yards in the win over Eastern Michigan. Kevin Nickel on to try the extra point. And no problem there for Central Michigan, as we'll now pause for this break in the action. 12:34 left to go in the opening half, and Central Michigan has come back. They trail 9-7.
The non-stop sports action continues throughout November on Pass as we race towards the winter season. The month headlines 7 Piston games as the world champions go up against Dominique Wilkins and the towering Atlanta Hawks, the physical Phoenix Suns, and the newly formed Orlando Magic. Check out our NHL coverage too, with 5 Red Wing games with Jacques Demers' squad battling such rivals as the famed Edmonton Oilers, the demanding Hartford Whalers, and defending Stanley Cup champion Calgary Flames. Then watch for our innovative CCHA Game of the Week, with Michigan battling arch rival Bowling Green, as well as the Buckeyes clashing with highly touted Michigan State from East Lansing. The gridiron action keeps tumbling too, with our Pac-10 and Big 8 Game of the Week, in addition to weekly highlight and coaches shows. Keep a lookout for other specials as well, such as Fight Night at the Palace, CCHA Digest, and Senior League Baseball from Florida. November is packed with Michigan's championship lineup all month long on Pass.
Eastern Michigan 9, Central Michigan 7 here in the second quarter.
Travel arranged through Continental, the airline rated best by Cleveland business travelers. Continental, where the commitment to quality is paying off for Cleveland.
Paul Powell, the #1 kick returner in the Mid-American Conference, back deep along with Dan Bennett for Eastern Michigan. Well, if you're Eastern's offense, you're saying, boy, we've had the ball in great position time after time and come up with 9 points, and then one play, Riley just breaks your back. Some running room to the outside, and finally pushed out of bounds is Anthony Williams. Tim Antonides in on the tackle for Central Michigan.
Another look at the play, and although he gets outstanding blocking, number 46, Joe Conley, makes a great move. You see the good footwork on Bob Navarro right there. Makes 2 more people miss. And then, of course, it's just outrunning everybody to the end zone. Superb individual effort.
52 yards, took him 18 seconds to get there, but he had to run through several people. That's what slowed him up.
And he made some people miss just on sheer brilliance.
Terrific play. Herb Deremodi certainly feels as if Donnie Riley does have the potential to play in the National Football League. Sullivan thought about airing it out. Now he just pulls it down, runs with it, pays the price as Chris Thompson lays the leather on him along with Mark Dennis at about the 30-yard line.
Watch Tom Sullivan again. He knows when to take off and knows when to throw the football. And this is one of those times he felt it's best to take off. Nice little lane there. Now he gets down and protects himself. Good pickup on first down.
Second down now and 6. A look at the scoring opportunities thus far for Eastern Michigan. They've had terrific field goal kicking by Hennigan and outstanding field position. Vince Brown fights off one would-be tackler and is shouldered down by David Johnson at about the 34-yard line.
What I like about Eastern, if you beat them, it won't be because they make mistakes. It'll be because you played a very good football game. They are very efficient. They are well coached. And they do exactly as they are trained and they have practiced all week long. And that's rare when you get young men, 18, 19, 20, and 21 years of age, who can implement the game plan as well as this team does it.
Bell and Pfeiffer split out wide to the left. Murillo, the fullback. Brown, the tailback, is the first down, or very close to it. Clarence Rose with the big hit at about the 36-yard line.
I tell you, when you get in 3rd and 2 and 3, Eastern, he wants the football in number 26's hands. He's 6'1", he's 215 pounds. He runs straight up because he's very strong upstairs.
Nice position to be in, too, when you've got Foster and Brown to alternate at that tailback slot.
And, of course, you got Charles Nash lead blocking, and all you have to do if you're a tailback is find out where Nash or Murillo is and then follow them.
Stay close. First down and 10. 9-7. Sullivan rolling left, squares up, makes the throw, and it's too high for Todd Bell to come down with. Kenny Strong providing the coverage in the secondary.
One of the few times you see an uncatchable ball from Tom Sullivan. I think it's because in that little action there, he rolls out to his left, and he's a right-hander trying to throw back across his body, and he threw that football high.
Had the single coverage that time for Bell, which is what they were looking for. Of course, the downside to throwing on first down is if you don't complete it at 2nd and 10.
Yeah, and you're probably going to see some 5 and 6 defensive situations.
Bell in motion. Play action. Sullivan looks to the left sideline and has Pfeiffer again. Pfeiffer rattled out of bounds right at midfield by James Williams. And now we'll go down for an update from the sidelines with Michael Reghi.
Benny, I'm on the Central Michigan sideline, and Tony Vase, a big 6'3", 270-pounder out of Warren, Michigan, went down with a sprained left ankle. He's got it wrapped up right at the moment. He tells me he's going to have it x-rayed at halftime, and then he wants to come back in this football game, and of course the x-rays will dictate that. Made a key block to spring Donnie Riley on that big TD run. Danny, back upstairs.
All right, Michael. 9-7, Eastern on top in this one. Second quarter action on a perfect day for college football. Sullivan scampers out of the pocket. Has a half-hearted block from Mitch Brown. Run out of bounds at about the 44-yard line. James Williams once again in on the play.
Sullivan started directing traffic when he realized that he wasn't going to be able to throw the football. And he was pointing, saying, hey, get that guy right there.
The only problem was Mitch Brown had turned around and looked at Sullivan. And by the time he turned back, the defensive secondary guy just leveled him.
When Eastern Michigan puts its wide receivers in a slot left, which they're coming out now, it almost ensures that they're going to get man-to-man coverage. And I'm sure Sullivan is going to pick that up, and he's going to pick out the single-covered guy and go to him.
Kenny, the strong safety, edging over in that direction. Brown just north and south running, and he runs right into Rich Curtis at about the 40-yard line.
Hurons have that blend going right now, a run and pass, and that's what they do best. I mean, they're a very versatile offense, and they get a lot of people involved in the scheme of things. I mean, it just isn't Sullivan and Foster. It's Nash, it's Brown, it's Pfeiffer, it's Bell. It's a lot of people.
You mentioned it was 2nd and 10. What would they do? Well, they end up with a first down, basically. 1st and 10 now from Central Michigan's 40-yard line with 9:50 left to go here in quarter number 2. 3rd and inches.
We talked about this game being very important for the Mid-American Conference race, and the Hurons are undefeated, and the Chippewas have 1 loss, and of course they're fighting for the right to play in the California Bowl, which pits the winner of the Mid-American Conference against the Big West winner. And they have a team out there right now that isn't bad at all. Fresno State ranked number 16 in the country right now. But the point I'm making, though, is that we don't know what the outcome of the race is going to be, but this isn't a bad football team to take out there, Eastern Michigan.
2 years ago they went out there and were 2-touchdown underdogs and came away with a victory. Sullivan again tries to buy some free time and is finally shellacked by Dave Delecta after a very short gain on first down.
And the reason why I say that is because in order to win a game like this, take another look at Sullivan, who decides to run, and Sullivan is the man I'm going to be speaking of right now. In order to win a ball game, in order to get there, you're going to have outstanding leadership from the quarterback position and someone that can just flat play, and he can.
And Eastern Michigan had that 2 years ago in an outstanding quarterback in Ron Adams. Just did everything that Jim Harkema could possibly ask for and more, and that's why they won out there. 2nd down, little or no gain on that scamper by Sullivan. Looks into the secondary again. The offensive line is there, lofts it up, and this one nearly picked off by Kenny Strong. Dan Bennett, for a moment, was open. It just took the ball too long to get there.
I think Sullivan may have overestimated his arm right there. John Elway could throw this, but not Tom Sullivan. You're talking about a pass that is about 50 yards, and he's trying to throw it on a rope. Now watch this. This ball stays in the air a long time, and you have really got to have one of the greatest arms in the world to get that football in there like that. Sullivan tried it, and I'll tell you what, he almost did it too. Look how far this ball goes across the field for what would have been about a 19-yard completion.
Strong over at the very last moment to tap it away on a nice defensive play. J.J. Warenga is stretched out at about the 45-yard line.
Cannot afford to lose this man. I mean, he is one of the truly outstanding players in this league. They're working on his left leg.
Looks like the left knee at this point. Warenga with 4 sacks and 3 tackles for losses. An honorable mention All-MAC guy from a year ago is really their pressure guy from the defensive interior line.
Yeah, he does something much more important than just get sacks. He causes hurries. That's when the quarterback throws the ball before he's ready to.
Warenga right now is still down. We'll take one more look at the pass. Boy, if Kenny Strong gets there a half a step earlier, he might have taken this one for the distance.
He's gone down the sideline. Great pass protection for Sullivan. And you can see that ball's in the air a long time. And Strong, showing good recovery speed, gets in front of Ely just in time.
Warenga was chopped down, rolled down in the pile there. Excellent support by the offensive line at Eastern Michigan, giving Sullivan plenty of time. And there you see Warenga going to have to hobble off. Not a good sign for Herb Deremodi. So it'll now bring up a 3rd down and 10 with 8:31 left to go here in the second quarter for Eastern Michigan from Central's 38-yard line. Fans basking in the sunshine here. 72 degrees at Kelly Shorts Stadium in Mount Pleasant, Michigan. It's not this hot in August. Bennett split out to the left. Todd Bell, the flanker, to the right. John Pfeiffer in the slot. Trying to hang on to the ball. And they've done it so far ball possession-wise. Eastern leads 9-7 in this one. Sullivan with 3 receivers out, throws the interception. Curtis comes up with a football, slapped out of bounds at the 33, and now the Chippewas have taken the ball away.
Rich Curtis, been outstanding all year, primarily in the running game, making those tackles all across that line of scrimmage. Sullivan is going for Todd Bell here. There's a crack right between 2 players. He's trying to get it in there, and you can see it right there. Curtis on the offside, usually the place where you won't see a defender if you're a quarterback is the guy coming left to right. And that's where Curtis came from and picked that football off.
3rd interception on the season for number 38. Quick pitch to Riley. Oh, boy, as he met at the line of scrimmage, just snowed under by nothing but white jerseys. Craig Petersmark was the first to wrap him up. Only the 7th interception on the season for Sullivan. And you almost get the feeling, Reggie, that he didn't even see Curtis that time. Maybe he was screened out.
He really didn't. That's I was saying, when you're looking downfield like that, intermediate routes for a right-handed quarterback, the guy that you don't see is the defender coming from the left.
I mean, he threw it right into his hand, so one might suspect that he didn't see Curtis coming. Fake reverse. Bender trying to go for it all. Picked off by Bob Navarro. Navarro now with the 11 interceptions on the season. A sensational play.
And if I'm a professional scout, I've got to look real hard at Bob Navarro because he is such an intelligent player. This play did not fool Navarro at all. He, right now, while this is taking place, he is running with the receiver. You're going to see left side of your screen, lower left-hand corner, and Navarro's read it already. He's right there, ready to make the catch. Another look at it, you're going to see in the lower right-hand corner this time, Benziger, number 18, running for all he's worth, but Navarro's already back there because he has diagnosed the play.
Navarro with his 11th pick on the season, tops in the nation. Sullivan rolls out of trouble to the left, pulls up, fires the pass. This one well short of the mark intended for Pfeiffer, and Sullivan paid the price that time as he was really decked as he let go of the ball by Mark Dennis.
Yeah, Sullivan knew that he had to get rid of the football. This was virtually a throwaway because Dennis was coming, and he still took a lick.
Boy,
tough guy, though.
If you're Jeff Bender right now, though, you got to feel a little shell-shocked. He's already thrown 2 interceptions in this game, and even though it was almost like a punt, Central didn't want to give up the ball that quickly. It means the defense has to come back out on the field.
That's right. But it's good to play defense when you're playing it in this part of the field. I mean, you have the advantage.
Change of a call at the line of scrimmage, it would appear. Handoff goes to Foster through the first wave of defenders. Skips out to the 26-yard line before James Williams finally in to wrap him up with some help from Chris Thompson.
When you're down in your own end of the field, the reason why the defense has an advantage is because, you know, you can count on run perhaps 80% of the time. And you have an advantage defensively if you feel you know what's coming. And, of course, 8 times out of 10, you're going to see a run down here.
Well, if you'd watched this one thus far, you'd say Eastern Michigan would have to be ahead about 21-0. But as you look up at the scoreboard, it's 9-7. Eastern on top by just 2. Nearly grabbed in the backfield. Foster fights for a couple of yards, enough for the first down. Kurt Pauley in on the tackle for CMU.
Very impressed how poised Eastern is in 3rd down and 2 and 3 situations. They don't panic. They're confident that they can go to the rush and with Foster or Brown pick it up, and these 2 runners usually do.
First down now, 10 to go. Well, it seems as if that Eastern Michigan offense has been on the field the whole first half. Sullivan over the middle. He's got Bell on the crossing pattern, and Bell gets his bell rung by Kenny Strong, but not before Eastern Michigan crosses midfield.
He's a fine pattern runner. And by that I mean once he makes his cut into the pass pattern, he explodes across the field and he runs parallel. You watch when he catches the football, watch the distance between the receiver and the defender on the right. You see that? That's what we call a cushion. And this little receiver is good at creating a cushion.
Bell averaging 31.9 yards per catch on the season. Reception number 14 on the year for the junior. Gets Eastern Michigan out of a hole. Foster pulled down by the ankles. Rich Curtis in on the tackle, a gain of about 3 on that play.
You feel that Eastern almost has to either make a mistake or you have to force one in order to stop this football team.
Well, you watch Eastern operate, and they run, then they make one big play with the pass, and they go back to the run again. They get you coming up and playing a little close at the line of scrimmage, and they try and throw it again.
But see, that's the point I make. You know they had that outstanding running game, but Tom Sullivan, if he wanted to be, we wanted to find his passage around.
Yep. Quick hitch pattern, 9 Heiss with the reception at about the 42-yard line, and let's go down to Michael Reghi.
Getting some good news on this Chippewa of Central Michigan sideline. J.J. Werner, who limped off the field on the last defensive set for CMU, has just a mild knee sprain. He's been running on the sideline here while his mates are out on the field this time. He's looking to go back in the football game probably after this halftime is over and he gets a chance to rest it a bit. Back upstairs.
Well, that's a big plus as far as they are concerned. 9 Heiss taken off the field, and he's got a sore arm or shoulder. Inside, that play stuffed from the opening snap call by Clarence Rose, number 54.
Clarence Rose is player number 54 that Deremodi recruited personally, and he was on his way to his home and got caught in a storm and couldn't get there. And he felt that he had lost the kid because he promised to be there and he didn't show up. Rose called him and said, "Hey, coach, I'm coming." Very unusual today.
And back deep now for Central Michigan. L.J. Muddy.
Muddy deep for Central.
Central's defense tightening up and forcing Eastern to punt. Low snap. Beautiful spiral. This one turns over. Muddy calls for the fair catch at about the 12-yard line, which is where Central Michigan will start. First down and 10. 3:59 left to go here in the opening half. 9-7. Eastern Michigan on top, and you're watching the MAC Sports Channel Game of the Week.
You may know some people who use drugs to have fun or think that they have to drink too much to have a good time at parties. Maybe that description fits some of your friends. Those friends then may put pressure on you to use drugs and alcohol for recreation. The pressure can be tough to handle, but remember, no one can force you to take drugs or force you to get drunk. Think for yourself. Keep control of your own life.
This message furnished by the NCAA.
Older Americans know that better eating habits can lower your risk of heart disease. Still, younger people resist changing their diets, and kids in school don't give cholesterol a second thought. But what everyone should think about is the startling possibility that heart disease may begin soon after your eating habits begin, and that's no way to begin a life. Contact the American Heart Association. Your life is in your hands.
Cleveland's Cavs basketball returns to Sports Channel this fall from the season opener on November 3rd through the playoffs. Sports Channel will bring you 35 regular season games plus playoff action for the best in basketball. Watch the Cavs on Sports Channel. Not available in all areas, so check your local listings. The big game on the 3rd at Chicago Stadium against the Bulls. Riley loose again in the secondary. Navarro has to rip him down at the 35-yard line, and Riley in 2 plays. Reggie Rucker has really turned this one around.
We talked about creating a mismatch for Central Michigan. A mismatch for Central Michigan in this situation is the speed of Riley on against the secondary speed of Eastern Michigan, and Riley is winning it. Navarro, number 29, if he isn't there, would certainly have given up another long touchdown run, and of course I think that was face mask there.
Awful close, awful close. Darnell Rush gives Riley a break. Darnell rushes it out to about the 40-yard line. John Stoitsiadis from the secondary in on the stop.
So you don't always have to create mismatches in the passing game, trying to get a fast receiver on a slower defender. You can do that by isolating a lane in the running game and getting a runner like Riley on certain people in that secondary, and then he can create the problems for you.
He is a load, and has proved so, as he has a 52-yard run for a touchdown already in this one, where he shook off 2 or 3 would-be tacklers. Bender trying to run the option. Rush gets to the outside, tripped up, though, on a nice defensive play by Stoitsiadis.
And while Riley is catching his breath, Darnell Rush is not a bad little halfback to have in there.
Well, Darnell averaging 4.6 yards per carry, and it's nice when you can sub number 25 for number 34.
We talked about how effective Central Michigan is running the football on first down. They've got a lot of players up around that line of scrimmage. If they go pass on first down, they're going to get a big play soon.
Ely in motion, 3rd and a deuce for Central Michigan, trying to get something started before halftime. Riley bobs inside and is pulled down, and he is going to be short of the first down. Tom Schooler in on the tackle for Eastern Michigan. And also number 98, Scott Wyka. So short of the first down, Deremodi will have to punt the football away with 2:15 in the clock rolling here in the second quarter.
Not what he wanted to do. Had the football in his best runner's hands and an opportunity to pick up another first down, but that outstanding defensive line from Eastern Michigan got in there.
Low snap, beautiful kick. Stoitsiadis at the 15, looks for some running room and is tackled at about the 19-yard line by Kurt Hawley on the special teams.
Stoitsiadis, number 23, a real gutty football player. Not healthy by any stretch of the imagination, but you can always count on him.
Boy, this has been such an unusual game from a standpoint of, you think of Central Michigan as the team that hangs on to the football, doesn't make a lot of mistakes, just kind of grinds you down methodically. But for the Chippewas today, it's been a couple of real big, exciting plays. Other than that, it's been all Eastern Michigan. And yet it's 9-7.
Well, they're both doing what they do best right now. That's why we have a close game.
Defense. Central Michigan's goal line defense has been sorely tested, but they have yet to give up a touch. Not much running room there. Scott Lampier in on the tackle for the Chippewas. And we've got a timeout called by Central Michigan with 1:44 left to go before halftime. Obviously, Herb Deremodi is thinking maybe we could get the ball back. Just a perfect afternoon here in Mount Pleasant.
If you catch a football team just trying to run out the clock before halftime and you see that they're going to run the safe plays, then the thing to do, yes, call a timeout, because if they stop them 1, 2, 3 here and get the ball punted into this wind, they could very well be in a situation to give Kevin Nickel a chance at a 3-pointer.
Nickel with a very accurate leg.
He would have the wind at his back.
That's right. So for 50 yards, he's 3 for 3 from 50+ yards on the season. If they gave him a shot, he would be there. Some personnel changes defensively for the Chippewas, who have to be tired, Reggie. They've probably, I'm going to say, they probably played, what, 22, 23 minutes of football defensively?
But if there is a psychological advantage, Central has it, because Eastern has had everything go their way in the first half, and yet they only lead by 2 points.
2nd down and 8 to go. Quick out pattern.
Wow.
Pfeiffer got drilled. The ball shakes loose, and they're going to say that the pass was incomplete.
That's big-time football. That's a major league hit right there. We hope that the young man is okay. And he's trying to catch his breath right there, but you see Sullivan. This is the worst way to get it. Pfeiffer turns, and immediately Ken Strong, number 5, drills him with the helmet. And I can tell you from experience, the wind goes out of you, and you feel like you're just going to die. Watch this. Good hit, good clean hit. The ball comes loose. I don't think he ever had possession of the football. I think it's the correct call, but what a big-time hit by Ken Strong.
Pfeiffer is still not on the play. Deremodi arguing the fact that Pfeiffer had caught it, and of course after the ensuing fumble that Marchetti had recovered it before he was out of bounds.
Well, we can take another look at it. We might get a better picture of it. Here it is. This isn't the angle. It's the other angle that we see a little better. You can't tell much from that angle, but we had another angle there a minute ago that this is the angle here. We're going to get a good look at this. Now, see, that ball is being just bobbled just a little bit right there, and you must have complete control of the football in order for it to be ruled a reception.
Pfeiffer is still down, and I think you're exactly right, Reggie. Right now, he is just trying to get any oxygen whatsoever into his lungs.
Let me tell you, when it comes back to you, you thank the man upstairs because
it's almost like suffocating.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably, maybe if there's an injury there, you probably say, I hope it's the wind. But for the guy that has to endure that, it is just a terrible feeling.
So Pfeiffer gets a nice little slap there from Kenny Strong, who provided the hit. Both guys just doing their jobs.
Well, they were playing the ball in front of him, allowing the catch to be made, and then just going for the shot.
1:38 left to go here before halftime. 3rd down and 8. So if the Chippewas stop him here, they're liable to get the football back in decent field position. Fogarty this time in motion. Fake to the tailback Foster. And a screen was set up, but Marchetti with the interception. Sullivan can't believe he made the throw, and the Chippewas have the ball inside the 20.
And Denny, you made the key point right on 1st down when Herb Deremodi called timeout. He was playing for more points all the way. And when you play like that, you're playing to win, and usually good things happen to you. Tom Sullivan overthrows Charles Nash. Gino Marchetti sitting in the right place. Gets the football at the 17-yard line, and I'll tell you, this place is on fire.
Marchetti's 3rd interception of the season, the 15th pick for that secondary at Central Michigan. Riley, no surprise there. Turns on the Jets. He's inside the 10, fouls down at about the 7-yard line.
What a turnaround, huh? Watch Donnie Riley once again. He explodes through the hole. Once he sees daylight, look at him. Just go. You're not going to bring him down at the point of contact with hand and leg tackles like that. You have to wrap him up.
Jerry Smith and Charles Gordon in on the tackle that time for Eastern Michigan. Every coach will tell you, we've got to hang on to the ball. Time of possession. Wear them down. That's how you win.
And they're right. and they're right, but you know, Denny, there's something when you're in that huddle and all these people are out there and the California Bowl's at stake. You can't tell people who have just worked so hard. They want to express their abilities. They want to be showmen. Sometimes they get in trouble.
Bender checks with the officials. And the Chippewas with an excellent opportunity to take the lead here before halftime. Second down and just a matter of a couple of inches. Ely split out wide to the right. Connolly and Riley in the backfield.
I know who I'd give the football to. He's wearing number 34.
Riley gets it, shoulders down, inside to about the 3.
I like it.
Central Michigan with two timeouts left, so they can afford to pretty much dictate what they want down the goal line. And now time is called.
And we're talking about a back going through a hole. I mean, that's the only way I can describe it.
And rather than Central calling the timeout, it was Eastern who decided to go for time to set up the defense to try and stop Riley and company.
Yeah, they need a little time here to regroup. They're all disoriented right now. Their big guy, Tom Sullivan, has thrown the ball away a couple of times, and they played very well, and they could conceivably go in behind in this ball game after having so many opportunities just to take the game and just be dominant.
Couple of errant throws by both quarterbacks today, but many times, I think you mentioned, Reggie, sometimes you try and do a little more than you're capable of, or if you're under pressure, you make that throw that you normally wouldn't make, and it's a big game, and in big games, big mistakes are often made.
Well, the football is going to the guys who make the big plays for you. For Eastern, it's Sullivan and Foster, and for Central, the guy number 34 that's having a big day, who's going to put them back in the football game and probably will give them a lead. Number 34, Donnie Riley.
Riley with over 120 yards rushing here in the opening half of this one. 1:07 left to go before the intermission. A sprint out by Bender. He's looking for the goal line. Gets waxed at about the 2. And Central calls quickly for time. Boy, that hole opened and closed in a hurry.
That wasn't a bad play, because what happens, everybody's expecting Riley to get the ball, but now they take Bender and they make Riley a blocker, so you actually have an extra blocker out there, although Riley doesn't block anyone. He's so used to carrying the football. He probably said, look, give me the football, will you? I got you down here.
Bender really took a shot near the goal line, Reggie.
Yeah, they're not altogether protected and padded up enough to take the football inside like that.
Eastern's defense #1 in the conference against the rush, but they have been severely tested here today by Riley. They're giving up only 113 yards a game. Riley has 120 by himself.
Well, we're seeing a virtuoso performance from an individual who has the ability to do that at any time against anyone in this conference, and probably against anyone that he plays against. So, you know, this is nothing that surprises Eastern, I'm sure.
Second down and 2. Second down and goal to go for the Chippewas, trying to take the lead for the first time this afternoon. Riley, and he gets there.
It's a power play behind Connolly, and of course Donnell Rush up top trying to get a block, but it's all Donnie Riley as he just puts his head down and just barrels right behind that offensive line of his. 12 rushes, 124 yards, 2 touchdowns, and he has put Central Michigan into the lead in this football game.
Extra point is up and good, and now it's 14-9. Central has really turned the tables on Eastern Michigan.
We're going to get a look at that pride and that poise of Eastern Michigan, because it is rare when they are down, and even more rare when they have given up a commanding lead, particularly right at the end of a half. That's the kind of thing you don't see an experienced football team like Eastern doing. Another look at the touchdown run by Riley. Never argue with the decisions he makes as a runner.
Riley now with 17 career rushing touchdowns, and we're talking about trying to stop an undefeated team here this afternoon in Eastern Michigan. If Central wins today, they're still very much a part of the picture.
Yes, and Central's Donnie Riley is in a battle for the rushing championship in the Mid-American Conference with his opponent on the field today, Perry Foster, and I think he's caught him and passed him.
The majority of the scoring today, Reggie, has come after key turnovers by both ball clubs and excellent field position for the offenses.
And two teams that don't normally give the football up. They take it away from others, but big ball game, and strange things happen in big ball games.
Williams at about the 5. The right return is on. Tries to stay on his feet and is finally tripped up at the 22-yard line. Tony Mitchell in on the tackle for Central Michigan with just 47 seconds left to go in the first half.
We're talking about Perry Foster and Donnie Riley. Foster came into this ball game leading Riley by 114 yards.
I'd say he's closed the gap.
I think so too.
And it's only the first half.
Yeah. Could be seeing a record in this place.
Interesting turnaround. Eastern Michigan with several early opportunities, just couldn't push it across, but they got the field goal. Brown hurdles over one would-be tackler, is into the secondary. Johnson finally trips him up at the 33.
There's still enough time now for Eastern Michigan to get something on the board. They would have to attempt a field goal into a pretty good win. It appears that Sullivan's going to go for 3 points, or attempt to anyway.
Sullivan steps up, throws it over the middle. A one-handed stab is tried, but could not come down with the football. Tim Kellogg in the secondary that time, and we don't have him on the two deeps anywhere.
This ball sort of takes off again. Sullivan takes a chance here throwing this ball up. Had that ball not been tipped, it would have been right into the waiting arms of David Johnson, number 16.
On the draw play. Ankle tackle that time by Rich Curtis. Boy, Curtis and Clarence Rose have just played superbly here in the first half.
18, 17, 16 seconds left.
Sullivan trying to bring the troops to the line of scrimmage in their 2-minute drill to maybe bomb one here in the last waning moments. Pfeiffer with a, no, make that, yeah, it is John Pfeiffer with a terrific grab. Went high up into the air for it and is finally knocked out of bounds at about the 38-yard line. So Pfeiffer shook off the big hit from Kenny Strong to come up with a heck of a play there. So we have come to the end of the opening half of play here from Kelly Short Stadium in Mount Pleasant, Michigan, as the Chippewas, on the strength of 2 Donnie Riley touchdown runs, lead 14-9, Reggie, and we'll now check in with Michael Reghi.
Herb Deremodi, given those 2 quick turnovers by your offense, your defense had to make it proud, holding Eastern Michigan really 3 field goals and only 9 points.
Great job by our defensive unit. We put them in a tough situation early in that ball game. They responded. Looks like now we're getting some things a little bit more better offensively, and we got to play that type of ball game in the second half too.
All right, Herb, thanks very much. Good luck.
Hey, my pleasure. Thanks.
Herb Deremodi, his football team with those 2 last touchdowns in the second quarter, out on top 14-9. Halftime activity coming up. Denny, Reggie.
All right, thank you so much, Michael. So we'll now pause here for a break in the halftime action. As the Chippewas have come from behind, they lead now 14-9 on the MAC Sports Channel Game of the Week.
The Moscow Circus. Critics had called it a bravura display of skills, a galaxy of acts, dazzling, dramatic, and funny, spectacular family entertainment. There just aren't enough superlatives to describe the skill, artistry, and magic of the all-new Moscow Circus. It's bigger and better than ever. The Moscow Circus, brought to you by American Express.
At the Palace, November 8th through the 12th. Discount coupons for half-off opening night available at Kroger's.
I'll never forget 1958, the first overtime championship game ever played in the NFL. Unitas and the Colts, they beat the Giants 23-17.
And the sporting news was there.
Hey, you want overtime? How about that 1982 playoff game? The Chargers over the Dolphins, 41-38. The most exciting game I ever saw.
And the sporting news was there. Yes, whether it's football, baseball, basketball, or hockey, wherever the excitement is, the Sporting News is there, bringing you more complete coverage than any other sports weekly. Call now for the Sporting News at the lowest price anywhere, with convenient delivery right to your door.
Call 1-800-535-1700 and get 29 issues of the Sporting News for 4 payments of just $4.99. You'll save 69% off the cover price, 40% off the regular subscription rate. You can't get a better deal. Call now 1-800-535-1700. That's 1-800-535-1700.
This message furnished by the NCAA.
Welcome back to Kelly Short Stadium. It is halftime here at the MAC Game of the Week. Hi, everybody. I'm John LaChance, and it's a pleasure to be back on camera. It's also a pleasure to be joined by the president of Central Michigan University, Dr. Edward Jakubauskas. And, Doctor, here at the MAC Game of the Week, we have had a chance to travel from campus to campus, and one thing we've noticed has been a lot of change and growth and expansion. You certainly have your fair share here at Central Michigan.
Well, I've been here 14 months now, and it's really an exciting institution. We've got a $79 million building program going on. In fact, we just dedicated the business school addition this morning, and last week we dedicated a technology building. We also have a library and a music building, and certainly not to forget to mention the science complex, which will be a $26.5 million addition to our academic program. So CMU is really an institution on the move, and it's been really exciting being here.
And speaking of on the move, talking with your staff this week, you had a chance to just return from a trip from the Soviet Union, which had to be quite eventful.
It certainly was. I headed a delegation of 12 Americans, 9 presidents, and 3 staff, and we visited a large number of cities and universities and ministries in the Soviet Union to develop exchanges of faculty and students. And it was a very exciting and a very, very successful mission. In fact, on my visit, I met an outstanding journalist in Moscow, Vladimir Nadian, who is with us here at Central Michigan University, and he's lecturing in our classes for the next few weeks.
And certainly it is a pleasure to have Vladimir Nadian here on campus. And welcome to Central Michigan. Welcome to the MAC Game of the Week. And certainly you would bear witness to firsthand to a lot of changes going on in the Soviet Union, a rapidity of change, and that's got to be something that's quite pleasant for everybody involved.
Yes, of course, there are lots of changes in my country, but I can tell you that all of them are extremely pleasant, because we are facing sometimes very serious problems, and you know, as in any time of revolution, we think that things will turn to the light side, to the bright side. But now, what is very interesting for me, I see especially interesting university and institution, and people here are so friendly that sometimes I feel that as a journalist I will face serious problems, because there is impossible to write only in good, in positive words. You need to be objective. It's very hard for me just now.
Well, there's one thing that's hard. We do have to get a commercial break in. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us here at halftime. With more MAC Game of the Week halftime activities after this.
Every town in America has a street named after a budget rented truck. One way. These smooth-driving 15 and 24-foot diesels and cargo vans are all priced right.
$100 off one-way rentals of $500 or more. Some restrictions apply. Call Budget Rent a Truck for details.
There's only one way to go. My way. Budget one-way trucks.
When I was in high school, I knew that I wanted to go to college. My father has always been in academics. He's been a professor on the college level for most of my life. My mother was also involved on the college campus. Athletics for me served as a luxury. Actually, it was almost like dessert. You know, my father would say, son, work hard. do your schoolwork. If you accomplish your schoolwork, I'll allow you to play sports. If we fail to do well in a semester, then we would have to quit participating in that particular sport for that semester. I think higher education is very important. But one of the things I would stress is that a lot of our students never make it to higher education. And one of the things we have to do is begin to work with students early on.
This message furnished by the NCAA.
Welcome back to Kelly Short Stadium. We're at halftime, Central Michigan 14, Eastern Michigan 9. And we're going to show you a feature about the sports medicine right here at Central Michigan. And let's join Carol Tennis on this recording.
Top athletic performance depends on conditioning, yet injuries can occur at any time. Injury prevention, treatment, and rehabilitation are the focuses of Central Michigan University's sports medicine program. CMU was one of the first universities in the country to offer a Bachelor of Science degree in sports medicine. Like the sports it prepares athletes for, the program is rigorous and competitive.
It's a full 4-year program. They come in right as their first semester freshmen. They go through a 3-semester selection process to even get into the program. Simply being admitted to Central does not guarantee a slot in this program. It's very competitive.
CMU has the most current diagnostic equipment available, including the Cybex, a computerized muscle testing machine.
We have all kinds of therapeutic modalities. We have our muscle stim machines. We have hot packs, ice bags.
Student trainers and athletes benefit from hands-on experience.
I sustained a lot of injuries in high school and in college, and I thought if I could help somebody not go through what I went through, then it would all be worth it.
Coursework and 800 hours of training room experience exceed the minimum requirements of the National Athletic Trainers Association. The balanced approach is a winning combination.
I think the program is great here. They have a real good balance between their academics and practical experience. Some schools seem to think that one or the other is better. You know, some people think that you need a lot of practical experience, and academics is always there, but here they stress both.
Students get jobs with sports teams, industrial fitness clinics, or rehabilitation centers.
It's very rewarding. I mean, the first injury I rehabbed down here at football this year, I saw him all the way through from the day he got hurt, worked him all the way through his rehab program, and got him back on the field, and it's a triumph for you as much as it is for the athlete. You feel as good that they're back on as they feel that they're back on the field.
North Branch High School.
It is halftime here at Kelly Short Stadium on the campus of Central Michigan University. You see the halftime score. Herb Deremodi and his Chippewas. 2 second-quarter touchdowns. They are on top of Eastern Michigan in this key MAC encounter, 14-9. Don't go away. A lot more halftime activity coming up as we pause on the MAC Sports Channel Game of the Week.
Corporate Services, tailoring credit and non-credit programs to the needs of business. Degrees at all levels in nursing, international trade, real estate, teacher education, and computer-aided manufacturing, just to name a few of our more than 180 programs, and the resources to transform college degrees into careers. All part of the fastest-growing educational institution in the state, Eastern Michigan University. For information, call 1-800-GO-TO-EMU.
A battle of champions. A fight for life. The strong helping the weak. The California Raisin Bowl. Matching your Mid-American Conference winner versus the best in the Big West. Unsurpassed pageantry in a spectacular setting. Follow your MAC champions to America's first bowl game, the California Raisin Bowl, December 9th. Contact your MAC school for details. It's an unforgettable experience.
My favorite professor is Dr. Richard Allen. I had him as a Speech 101 student, and I ended up teaching speech underneath him as a teaching assistant. And now, I go in to talk to him as a friend. And I think that's one of the greatest things, is that when you can have a professor as a friend as well.
The office hours the professors keep and their attitude towards helping the CMU students is just terrific. It really made a good academic experience here for me because I felt like I could get on a personal basis with them.
6 months ago, this 12-year-old thought he was just out having a little fun. Where do you go before things get out of hand? He got help at a youth center. They got help from the United Way. All because the United Way got help from you. The United Way. It brings out the best in all of us.
Welcome back to Kelly Short Stadium, everybody, on the campus of Central Michigan University. It is halftime, where you see the Chippewas of Central Michigan on top of Eastern Michigan 14-9. I'm Michael Reghi, and very pleased to have with me this gentleman on my right, all the way from Fresno, California. His name is John Sermon. He's a past president of the California Bowl. He is now an executive vice president for university relations for the California Raisin Bowl at Pitts, the Big West, and the MAC winner. Mr. Sermon, we brought California weather right here to Mount Pleasant with you on that airplane.
Well, that's right. It's actually warmer here today, I think it is in Fresno, so it feels great. Last time I was here 5 years ago, I think the wind chill factor is like 30 degrees below zero, so it's quite a change from then.
We've got a tremendous conference race going on here in the MAC, Mr. Sermon, and out west, everybody's talking about the Bulldogs of Fresno State. What kind of football team are they?
Well, they've got a great team this year. I think they're probably better than last year. Next week, they're going to play San Jose State in Fresno, and that's always a great, great game. And I think San Jose does have the potential that they could upset the Bulldogs, but they look awful strong.
Tell us about the California Raisin Bowl now, Mr. Sermon. We've had the raisin added into it. How did that all come about, and where do we stand in preparations for the big game on the 9th of December?
Well, the preparations come along just fine. This is the 9th game, and our machine is pretty well oiled to handle the bowl game itself. But we're extremely happy to have the California Raisin Bargaining Association as our sponsor, hence the new name, California Raisin Bowl. It'll mean a lot more money to the schools, and that's the main thing. It means more to our charity, Valley Children's Hospital in Fresno, very near and dear to our hearts. It's really the heartbeat of the California Raisin Bowl, and we couldn't be happier to have them on board. They've been the logical sponsor for many, many years, and they've gotten themselves in position, so we're just happy to have them along. And we're also happy to have Sports Channel along as our partner this year, too. So we're looking for a great, great bowl game this year.
Took the words right out of my mouth, John. I was going to ask you about the relationship now with Sports Channel. We're so pleased to be able to bring the winner from the MAC and the winner from the Big West into homes of millions across America. Should be a great matchup, two great conferences.
Well, I think so, and you know, it's been a great match. It's 4-4 going into this game as far as the winners and losers, and typical MAC conference, close battle. Today's game is a game of mistakes so far, but it's still exciting, and I'm sure the MAC, whoever the representatives, will do a good job when they come out to meet the winner of the Big West.
John Sermon, I'm going to put you on the spot. You say whoever. Who do you like in this MAC race right now? You've had a chance to see Central, Eastern Michigan, Ball State also involved. What do you think about the possibilities of this race going down to the wire? And one of these clubs, of course, going out to Fresno.
Well, it's going to go down the wire. And, Mike, I've been coming back here for quite a few years, and you're not going to get me to make a commitment because it probably wouldn't be true whoever I picked, and who knows yet. There's a ways to go.
John Sermon, you're ever the diplomat. We appreciate you coming out and talking to us.
Thank you.
Have a safe trip back to Fresno. We'll see you out there in December.
Thanks, Sports Channel.
Okay. Mr. John Sermon, now the Executive Vice President for University Relations, of course, with the California Raisin Bowl, December 9th of 1989. Halftime here at Kelly Short Stadium. What do you say we pause for this break in the halftime activities? Central Michigan on top of Eastern Michigan, 14-9. More halftime following this.
Sliceables. We made a touchdown. Kowalski in the deli, naturally.
NCAA.
I'll make dinner soon, Princess. Just let me rest.
The simple act of shopping for food used to leave this woman too tired to even eat. Who do you turn to when you're all alone? She got help through a volunteer shopping program for the elderly. They got help from the United Way. All because the United Way got help from you. The United Way. It brings out the best in all of us.
I actually had a very unusual career as a student athlete, having participated in 2 different team sports at 2 different universities. Began my career as a collegiate football player at the University of Utah, where I sustained an injury, and then transferred to San Francisco State University, where I participated in baseball. At the Division II university, it was a university that did not overemphasize the athletic side of the endeavor. I think that became very healthy for me because I had never envisioned being anything but a professional athlete. The things that I went through as a collegiate athlete prepared me better for a future life. I encourage young prospective collegiate athletes at this time to think with the future in mind and plan for the days when the athletic career is over.
This message furnished by the NCAA.
It's halftime of the MAC Sports Channel Game of the Week in Mount Pleasant, Michigan. Central Michigan coming back from behind and leading right now 14-9. And Reggie, if you'd have told me at the end of 30 minutes of play that Central Michigan would be ahead, I'd have to say you were crazy.
Well, I mean, they've had so many scoring opportunities against their defense that you figure that at some point that their defense would break. But they haven't broken yet. And of course, the 2 great plays by Donnie Riley have gotten them back not only into the ball game, but to take the lead.
Well, after an excellent return of a kickoff by Eric Plate, which gave him pretty good field position, it was Riley that really started to bust things open for Central Michigan.
Well, this is a remarkable run by Donnie Riley. So many people have a chance at him, but he makes the initial explosion through the line. You see the fancy footwork there, makes Navarro miss, breaks a tackle by Werner Blakely here, and then he's going to outrun everybody, finishing off this run. It's just a masterpiece of a play.
And something you don't ever really expect to see out of Tom Sullivan is a bad play here.
All right, we've seen Sullivan so many times, just very poised under pressure. This ball game, he has done some things that we have not seen him do. Of course, this is a big ball game, and of course, the pressure makes you do those things.
That came late in the second quarter. It set up this touchdown run by Riley.
Once again, Donnie Riley did the work to get him down here. Now he finishes off this drive as well inside with the touchdown.
Reggie, what does that do to a team psychologically, a team like Eastern Michigan that should be ahead in this football game? They're in the locker room trailing on the road.
Well, they've got to begin to question themselves just a little bit because they have done a great deal and they are not leading this ball game. Suddenly, after outplaying Central Michigan for about 90% of the ball game, they find themselves behind, but they are a very poised football team. They didn't get to be 6-1 by panicking, and I think that they will give a good account of themselves in the second half.
I love the numbers game. I like to look at the stats and see how they stack up, and we've got statistics now after the first 2 quarters of play. Look at the time of possession for Central Michigan.
And when you look at the passing statistics, now wait a minute. Central Michigan is 8th in a 9-team conference in pass defense. That means they're not supposed to be able to cover the pass, but they have given up no passing yards.
Unbelievable. The turnovers, obviously the big key. 3 for Central Michigan, 2 interceptions and a fumble, and then 2 interceptions for Eastern Michigan as well. So both teams have coughed up the football, and they've given it away in excellent field position.
And all time of possession tells you that one team has had the football more, but it doesn't tell you scoring opportunities. It doesn't take long to score if you've got Donnie Riley on your side.
Eastern Michigan had the football in excellent field position on a number of occasions. Central Michigan's defense hung tough and gave up only 3 field goals.
And the defense actually is what gave the offensive lift.
Herb Deremodi has his troops back out on the field. Central Michigan obviously ready to come back and play some football. Students have turned out in full force on a beautiful afternoon here in Mount Pleasant, Michigan. And now we'll pause for this break in our halftime festivities. And when we return, Central Michigan will lead by 5 on the MAC Sports Channel Game of the Week.
One reason I chose Ohio Wesleyan was that I knew I wanted to play intercollegiate athletics. And Ohio Wesleyan, as well as the other schools in the Old Ohio Conference, have a strong tradition of making opportunities available for those students who do want to participate in intercollegiate athletics. Being part of a team has the kind of mutual self-sacrifices, the commitment to a common goal, and the need to communicate that prepare a student for a lot of different things later in life. I think one of the most important lessons I learned from playing soccer was that to win, you had to prepare. And as a team, we understood that we had to train, we had to practice, we had to set a game plan and stick to it. And that being prepared was often the difference on game day. And I think that preparing to win has a lot of application off the athletic field.
This message furnished by the NCAA.
When I was in high school, I knew that I wanted to go to college. My father has always been in academics. He's been a professor on the college level for most of my life. My mother was also involved on the college campus. Athletics for me served as a luxury. Actually, it was almost like dessert. You know, my father would say, son, work hard, do your schoolwork. If you accomplish your schoolwork, I'll allow you to play sports. If we failed to do well in a semester, then we would have to quit participating in that particular sport for that semester. I think higher education is very important. But one of the things I would stress is that a lot of our students never make it to higher education. And one of the things we have to do is begin to work with students early on.
This message furnished by the NCAA.
Halftime winding down here at Kelly Short Stadium on the campus of Central Michigan University in Mount Pleasant. Central leading 14-9 on a couple of Donnie Riley touchdowns, one from 52 yards and the other one from just 2 yards out at the very late stages of the second quarter of play. Riley crossing the end zone line with just 53 ticks left on the clock, giving Central Michigan the lead as they headed into the locker room here at halftime. Both teams back out on the field, and basically in the first half of play, Reggie, it was some excellent field position for both teams when they took over the football. And I think if you look at the statistics, you'll see that Eastern Michigan was only able to come up with field goals, whereas Central Michigan was able to punch the ball in.
That's rare, too, because as we mentioned in the first half, Eastern Michigan leads this conference in scoring, and they're such a well-balanced offensive football team that you don't expect them to squander so many opportunities in scoring territory.
Marchetti rush and plate back deep for Central Michigan to receive the second half kickoff.
Hi, Mom. Do they ever say hi, Dad?
Not that I have seen. That's because they know Mom is the soft touch.
Dad had the stick.
And the checkbook. All right, ready for the start of the third quarter of play. Chippewas on top. If they win, they will be tied for second in the Mid-American Conference with Ball State at 4-1. And Eastern Michigan would go to 5-1. A line drive kick that ricochets around Central Michigan, I think, might have the football. Let's see. Eastern Michigan claiming that they have it.
Well, Lout thinks that Eastern Michigan has the football, but the ball bounced right to one of the Chippewas. Number 64.
Art Drosky. And that was a surprise type of a kick, a line driver.
And they were very fortunate because Drosky was turning to run back to get into the blocking scheme, and the ball just bounced right to him.
Think that was a planned play? Or were they just trying to scrib it in there? I don't know. It looked like he was aiming at it.
Yeah, it looked like he was trying to just squib kick the football.
Nearly was a big break, but the field position superb now for Central Michigan as they start from their 49. Riley on the counter play. Looking for some running room, finally grabbed by the ankles by the big defensive tackle Mike Bass.
This is the kind of football game in which obviously Donnie Riley is hot. And it's the kind of game in which you might give him the ball, and he may not get anything. But one of those times, he's going to break something big for you. So give him a lot of opportunity.
And the point that we made just as we started the second half of play was what the teams had done with their field position, and Central Michigan making it pay off. Bender on the option, pitches to Riley, who got to the corner in a big hurry and is dragged down at about the 34-yard line.
John, I'm going to do
nice defensive play by Werner Blakely.
See, with a back like Riley, what you want to give him are numbers. I mean, you want to make sure he touches this football about 25 times today because he is making a lot of things happen. Bender keeps the football to the right moment, then dashes it to Riley, who just always explodes once he gets the football.
And Kench at the wide receiver position, sealing off a block, giving Riley even 5 more yards of running room. Fullback Connolly gets the call, and
He runs for about 3 yards. When you watch Bender run the option, he doesn't have the great speed, but he does handle the ball fairly well, and it does give Eastern Michigan a little different look.
And it's something that you don't see a lot from Central Michigan, because most of the people, the linebackers, are sitting inside just keying on Riley, and what you do is get Riley on the corner in a different look.
2nd down and 8, opening drive for the Chippewas here in the 3rd quarter of play. Central Michigan leads 14-9. Riley 5 yards deep, follows his blocker, runs through 3 or 4 different tackles, and is finally brought down at about the 17 by Navarro.
I mean, he doesn't even give any kind of respect to the first tackler. He just ignores him. His eyes are always up and looking downfield to see what his next move is going to be.
Powerful runner. We've seen him time and time this afternoon, Reggie, just run right through the arm tackles.
And they tell me this is a back that is not 100% healthy.
Deremodi was telling us that just prior to the game. Now Darnell Rush, off left tackle, hit very hard at about the 15, stretches out to the 13-yard line. Don Shell English in on the tackle, and Michael Reghi has a story for us.
Denny Hall of Fame Day here at Central Michigan. This is one of the pioneers of women's sports, not only in Central Michigan, but around the country. Indeed, Jane McNamara. Jane, congratulations on being inducted. It has to be a great thrill for you.
It is a happy day, that's for sure.
Looks like the Chippewas are going to make it an even happier day for you, possibly.
Well, everything's perfect. The game, the team, the sun, dinner tonight, lots of Central students returning, and I'm looking forward to it very much.
Miss McNamara, so good to see you again. Congratulations as Darnell Rush takes the football even closer to the goal line. Denny, Reggie, back up to you. Quite a grand lady here at Central Michigan.
All right, Michael, and I hope she enjoys the rest of the afternoon. The MAC Sports Channel game of the week. Rush inside the 5, nearly took that one to pay dirt.
There aren't many football games that you will win when you don't control the line of scrimmage. And I don't care what's happening out here. If we were to look inside, you'd find that the offensive line, including Mark Hopkins, who's blocking at that tight end position, they are doing a fantastic job on the defensive line from Eastern Michigan.
First down goal to go inside the 5. Connolly, the fullback, gets the first call and puts his head down, finally wrapped up at about the 3-yard line. Not much going inside.
We talked about Rob Fogarty, the tight end, number 85, 245 pounds. Tight ends are a crucial part of the running game. People look at them as being guys in the pass offense, but they have to do a fine job, because many times they seal that defensive end or that linebacker and prevent that linebacker or that defensive end from getting to the outside and destroying that play.
Hopkins and Klein, a pair of outstanding tight ends for Central Michigan. Connolly, no, it's the pitch to Riley, and he will waltz into the end zone. 3rd touchdown of the day for Donnie Riley.
The option play once again, the fake to Connolly inside, and you can forget that. I mean, you've got one-on-one on the perimeter with Donnie Riley, and you know this man has more moves than Warren Beatty. I mean, he's going to elude that kind of tackler.
You know Warren personally, huh? Well, the extra point is up, and it is good. And this has been a come-from-behind effort this afternoon for the Chippewas. 3 Donnie Riley touchdowns. They lead 21-9. We'll be back with more after this.
A brand new house. A job he's held for 5 years. A marriage that's lasted 10. Cocaine really is expensive. Look what it almost cost this man. He's getting help at a drug rehabilitation center. They got help from the United Way. All because the United Way got help from you. The United Way. It brings out the best in all of us.
Foreign substances are being introduced into your body on a daily basis. Over time, they can hurt your health. In the wrong amounts, they can increase your risk of heart disease. But you do have choices, and one is to change the way you eat. To learn how a low-fat, low-cholesterol diet can help you, contact the American Heart Association. Your life is in your hands.
This telecast is presented by the authority of the Mid-American Conference and Sports Channel Ohio. It is intended for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or any other use of this telecast without the prior written consent of the Mid-American Conference and Sports Channel Ohio is strictly prohibited. 21-9, Chippewas on top. And Williams decides to stay in the end zone, and Eastern will start 1st and 10 from the 20. Got to be a big series for the Hurons.
Well, the Hurons know that they can get back into this football game because they have the tools offensively. What they have to do is not panic and go back to what they do best.
51 yards, 7 plays, 3-yard Riley touchdown run. In the last 2 seasons, Riley has 5 rushing TDs against Eastern Michigan.
It's something that they found as far as Eastern Michigan is concerned that they do well. They can isolate or somebody that's weak along the defensive line, but whatever it is, Jim Harkema is going to have to make some changes quickly.
1st and 10 for the Hurons, who scored the first 9 points in this contest. Barry Foster into the secondary, proving why he is the leading rusher coming into this one. Out to the 30-yard line, James Williams in on the stop.
Eastern hasn't had a lot of difficulty moving the football. I think what has been uncharacteristic of them is that they have given the football away so many times, and most of those have not been forced errors, Danny. I mean, they've just thrown the football in someone else's hands or fumbled.
Afternoon started pretty well for the Hurons, but their last 4 possessions, they've kind of run out of gas, come up empty. Need to put some points on the board, though, when you're on the road. Nice slick handoff inside to Charles Nash, who gets waxed by Rich Curtis, but picks up a couple on the play. Interesting note about Eastern, and we touched on this in the opening half, they're the #1 scoring offense in the Mid-American Conference, but if you look at Eastern's defense, they've given up just a fraction more than 9 points a game in conference play, and that's what they've surrendered so far here today. Pfeiffer split out to the right, Todd Bell, the flanker, to the left. 2nd and 7. Sullivan flares it out to Fogarty. Fogarty tries to turn it upfield. Doesn't get much. James Williams with the head and shoulder tackle. And Michael Reghi has yet another development from the sideline.
Denny, it's Hall of Fame Day, as I mentioned here, and it's a familiar face to anybody who followed Central Michigan or MAC basketball. James McElroy, 2-time MAC standout. First MAC championship back in 1975. This gentleman a part of it. Dan Roundfield, Ben Poquette. James, congratulations. That's to be a great feeling to be back home.
It's a wonderful feeling. I brought my weather with me from down north, and it's just a marvelous day. I don't think I would want to be anywhere else but Central Michigan on a day like this.
Chippewas have done a great job for you. Another big defensive play there. They get down 9-0. They come back with 3 touchdowns. What more could you ask for?
That's just a sign of what people are made into once they cross the line of Mount Pleasant into Central Michigan. There's always to come back, and every individual ever attended school here.
James, real quickly, you played with the Detroit Pistons. Dick Vitale, the head coach, you said you saw Dick a little while ago. What about the Pistons winning it last year? Brought back some memories for you, I imagine.
A lot of memories. It was outstanding for the city. The city is still hyped behind that playoff victory, and I think the Pistons will be the team to beat again this year.
James McElroy, he could fill it up. Denny, back upstairs.
All right. Line drive spiral. It tries to turn over, bounces in Central Michigan's favor, and it's finally covered up at the 37-yard line. So we'll pause now for a break in the action. 21-9, Chippewas on top. The MAC Sports Channel Game of the Week, live from Mount Pleasant, Michigan. We'll be back after these messages.
The great games, the games to remember. 1957, Notre Dame's Fighting Irish snap Oklahoma's 47-game winning streak, and the Sporting News was there. The Sporting News, where great things happen every week. Don't let them happen without you.
Call 1-800-535-1700 and get 29 issues of the Sporting News for 4 payments of just $4.99. You'll save 69% off the cover price, 40% off the regular subscription rate. Call now 1-800-535-1700.
Most people think of me as being a very wise man, but the one thing I know that many people aren't aware of is that the expert medical care at all 22 Shriners hospitals is provided absolutely without cost. The Shriners help children up to age 18 regardless of race, religion, or nationality. How do I know? When I was a kid, I was a patient at a Shriners hospital. For more information, call this toll-free number. I'm Pat Morita.
Third quarter action, and Central leads 21-9.
Travel arranged through Continental, which has a new foreign policy offering upgrades and vacation certificates for first and business class international passengers. Call Continental for details.
Handoff goes to Riley, and he is dragged down by Scott Wyka at the 40-yard line after a minimal gain, a gain of about 3.
Eastern is going to have to get more penetration into the backfield because you're not going to stop Riley if you're at the line of scrimmage. He has too many moves at the hole.
Offensive coordinator for Eastern Michigan, drawing up what he hopes will be some kind of a scheme to hang on to the football for a while. Defense has shut him down. Fumble on the play, and 3 different Chippewas fall on top of it. That's an unforced error, and if you're Herb Deremodi and you've got things going the way they have them right now, you hate to see a play like that.
That's tantamount to just beating your block at the line of scrimmage and stopping running in the backfield. That's what Eastern Michigan needs now. They have been moved off the line of scrimmage. The Central Michigan Chippewas are sustaining their blocks at the line of scrimmage because they know they have a great halfback back there that can do a lot of things if you give him enough time.
Chippewas have been shut out on the third down conversions this afternoon. Eastern Michigan's hoping to make it 0 for 4. Pressure is on. Across the grain it goes to Riley, who has done everything here this afternoon, but he is wrapped up nicely by Tom Schooler, about 3 yards shy of the first down.
If there's anything that's going to impress professional scouts about Donnie Riley, it's this. I mean, they've seen all the great runners in the world, but when you have a halfback, watch this now, who can come out of the backfield, catch that football confidently like that, and then with his open field ability to make things happen, he's an excellent prospect.
Riley's 14th reception on the season, and he's averaging better than 13 yards per catch.
That means he does something with the football once he catches it.
So the Chippewas have to punt it away. Charles Gordon and Stoitsiadis back deep. High, booming kick. Gordon signals for the fair catch and doesn't get the bounce. And it'll be down at about the 5. And when things go well, Reggie Rucker, they just seem to go awfully well, as we'll now take a pause in the action. And with 6:45 left to go in quarter number 3, Eastern takes over the football.
You might have the impression that you can use drugs and alcohol and still be at your best. In fact, some people claim that drugs and alcohol help them to perform better in school, at work, in sports, or just helping them to get through the day. But you can see where those people really end up, hooked and helpless. Drugs and alcohol don't pave the way to success. They're nothing but a dead end.
This message furnished by the NCAA.
You might have the impression that you can use drugs and alcohol and still be at your best. In fact, some people claim that drugs and alcohol help them perform better in sports, at school, or at work. But you can see where those people end up, hooked and helpless. They destroy their own hard work. Drugs and alcohol don't pave the way to success. They're nothing but a dead end.
This message furnished by the NCAA.
One of 2 former Hurons in this year's World Series, former Eastern Michigan right-hander Bob Welch. And he is going to be, I think, on the winning side of the World Series.
This is a fabulous conference for baseball, too, the Mid-American Conference. Great talent comes out of this conference.
Well, they've had some tremendous performers. Mike Schmidt, the first to come to mind. Top 10 performer all-time in home run. Pump fake. Sullivan wants it all. He's got Bell trying to lay it out. This one's picked off in the secondary.
No, he dropped it.
Oh, at the last moment. Boy, it looked like Johnson had it. It must have squirted loose when he hit the ground.
That was a in and up pattern in which Todd Bell came down and faked that he was going to catch the slant, turned it up, but David Johnson, number 16, was not fooled by that play.
Reggie, one of the things that Herb Deremodi talked to us about before the game was, my defense has given up some big plays this year, but today they haven't done that.
Well, yeah, and you can see that they're prepared for this particular play. Number 16 is David Johnson, waiting for Todd Bell.
Almost looked like Bell stripped the ball away from him. Charles Nash with some running room, and the big fellow with a 360 spin move runs it out near the 15 before David Johnson puts the wraps on it.
That was one of those plays in which I'm sure everyone expected the ball to go to Foster or Brown or someone else, and they get the quick hitter with Charles Nash, and he almost broke that.
Well, as quick as he is, you know, there would probably be some times where you could maybe go with a one-back set and let him be your tailback and get 4 wide receivers out there as we catch up on scores around the Mid-American Conference. The reverse is on. Bell needs some running room, and he doesn't get it. Superb defensive read that time by the right cornerback, James Williams.
Very unusual call for this normally conservative and very efficient offense, because when you've got 3rd and about 2 and you've got Perry Foster in your backfield, you might want him just to keep this football right here rather than to attempt the big play with Todd Bell. That's James Cooper on the tackle. It's just not happening right now for Eastern Michigan.
You can almost sense Jim Harkema realizing he needs some kind of a big play to get his troops psyched back up and stoked back up here on the road. Gets it away. Fair catch called for at the 29-yard line. So the Chippewas are in excellent field position as Mark Meade made a heads-up play that time.
Well, you don't want that football to bounce, because it could bounce and go another 20 yards and really take you out of the very excellent field position you have right now to 29. So that's always a very gutty play when a punt returner makes a fair catch on a tough ball like that.
In case you've just joined us, it's Central Michigan 21, Eastern Michigan 9. Eastern Michigan undefeated in MAC play at 5-0. Central Michigan at 3-1. No surprise, Riley gets the call and nowhere to go. Herman Bain grabbed a hold of the jersey, Reggie, and he wasn't going to let go.
Well, Eastern's doing a better job on their defensive line of getting off the blocks and getting penetration to get Donnie Riley before he gets started. Riley is limping just a little bit and is headed for the sideline.
Not a good sign if you're a Chippewa fan. Riley with somewhere near 150 yards on the afternoon with 3 touchdowns leading the way for that Chippewa offense. Second down play. Rush may throw it. No, now he's going to turn it up and run. Good decision that time by number 25 as Herman Bain once again in on the tackle.
Central Michigan is a football team that will come with the surprise play that time. Darnell Rush was ready to throw the football to Ken Ely, but it didn't fool Eastern. And, of course, Rush did the right thing by turning it upfield and gaining some yardage.
So now it's 3rd down and about 5 or 6 to go. Need to get inside the 20 to about the 19 for the first down.
This offense has a different look, though, when number 34 is not on the field.
Don't have the power. Rush is quick, but he doesn't have the breakaway ability at the line of scrimmage. And Bender may have taken a moment or two too long in getting the play called and snapped, because I think it's going to cost him 5 for delay of game.
Dead ball, illegal procedure on the offense. 3rd down.
And don't forget, next Saturday, Sports Channel's MAC Game of the Week continues as the Chippewas of Central Michigan will be traveling to the Hoosier State to take on the Ball State Cardinals in Muncie. Coverage begins live at 12:30 Eastern Time. The MAC Sports Channel Game of the Week. Ball State kind of waiting in the wings, Reggie, at 4-1. Paul Shudel's bunch very much a part of this race in the Mid-American Conference.
We haven't seen them for a while now, and of course it'll be our first trip down to Muncie, and we're looking forward to that ball game. Should be an excellent one.
Oh, they have great fans down there. The hospitality is superb, and it should be a dandy of a football game, especially if Central wins. Bender over the middle has Hopkins wide open, and he hits big number 85.
After all the damage that Donnie Riley has done, I think you can be lulled into a false sense of security. And Bender, we know he can throw the football. You see this shot here. Great throw by Bender. Another look at it, another angle. Just wide open there is Mark Hopkins, 240-pound senior tight end, an outstanding player.
Hopkins with his 21st reception on the season. And the Chippewas are in excellent scoring position. Rush, who hit hard at the 10 and turned back. Really stuck by Brad Schmidt right at the line of scrimmage. And maybe if, well, I was going to say we might have Michael Reghi check on Donnie Riley. And just as I say that, number 34 comes trotting out onto the surface.
Running back, sometimes they get hit in so many different places by so many different people that they need a breather every now and then to let some of those aches cool down. But once they get around scoring territory, that adrenaline starts to flow again, and number 34 is right back at it.
Time for the big payoff if you're Riley. He already has 3 touchdowns today. He's at the line of scrimmage. You saw him accelerate, and he drew a crowd in a hurry. Really no hole whatsoever. The defensive interior line did a beautiful job.
Yeah, he's what I call a pretty runner. I mean, he very rarely runs and it looks ugly. He's always making something happen, and he always has the potential within him to create a big play.
Riley, a 5'10", 195-pound senior out of Grand Rapids.
Look at him. He has the strut of a great runner. He just walks around like, yeah, I'm doing this. I'm getting ready to do something on you.
Central Michigan, a team that's dropped behind in virtually every one of their games. They're a second-half ball club, and they're trying to prove that as well here today. Riley has already scored once here in the third quarter. Another bobble of the snap, and it appeared as if Bender was trying to move back without the football. And
either that or he didn't have the right snap count, because when the quarterback moves away like that, he's usually forgotten the snap count. They don't do it often because they call it.
And an old quarterback who never fumbled a snap, Michael Reghi, is on the sideline.
You didn't check some of the old game films, Danny.
It's in black and white.
Yeah, no, come on. Donnie Riley, nothing wrong with him, really. You know, Tom Curley, the offensive backfield coach, said before the game we were talking to him, hey, Darnell Rush is a quality back. We want to get him in and carry the football once in a while. Riley's going to get some blows occasionally during the game.
Nickel with a 29-yard attempt that is up, and it is good. So the Chippewas end up adding to the total. And now, Reggie, they have scored 24 consecutive points here against Eastern Michigan.
And this may be a hole, of course, that Eastern is digging that they can't get out of, because we know that when you have to pass, the defense just sends those front 4, 5, 6 guys right at you, and those defensive backs play a little deeper. It is extremely difficult to score points when people are looking for the pass.
Well, do you start just dropping the ball underneath on them then, Reggie? What do you do if you're an offensive coordinator?
Exactly. I mean, that's what the defense wants you to do. They want you to keep the ball in front and then come up and make the big hit and make the big stop, make you wonder where they are with hits. But they just aren't going to get beat at this point in time deep when they have a 24-9 lead.
Kevin Nickel with his 51st career field goal. He's now 15 of 18 on the season, ranked in the top 5 nationally. Band is enjoying the action here at Kelly Short Stadium, as well as a sellout crowd. 24-9, Central Michigan on top, in control, and trying to draw within a game of Eastern Michigan here atop the standings.
Well, Kelly Short Stadium represents some sort of phenomenon for Jim Harkema and Eastern Michigan. They are an outstanding road team everywhere in the Mid-American Conference except right here in Mount Pleasant.
Another good long kick. Williams about 7 yards deep. He's going to bring it out. All the way out to about the 17-yard line, but he got a late start.
He's a fine kick runner. I can see a great deal of potential in him, and he's very courageous. He isn't afraid to bring it out, and I predict over the course of his career, Anthony Williams, number 41, is going to be a very exciting runner.
Time to put up or shut up, I would say, for Eastern Michigan with 1:39 left to go here in the third quarter.
Well, the first thing you have to do is get one. I mean, you can't score a 15-pointer. So what Eastern has to do is go back to getting the football to the people that are their bread and butter players and start with getting a touchdown.
Central Michigan, a completely different team after the opening quarter. They have basically dominated the game since then. To Nash on the quick hitter, runs through one tackle out near the 26-yard line. Curtis had him, but just couldn't hang on. David Johnson finished up the play.
Those people up front are just focused right in on number 22, Perry Foster, and Charles Nash has been able to slip through that first line and gain some yardage, but I think Central Michigan says that's fine. Charles Nash won't beat us.
Second down and 3. Twin set to the left side, 9 Heiss and Bell. Hurons trying to strike up some kind of an offensive surge. Foster, tough, hard running out near the 30-yard line. Boy, when you see defensive backs and linebackers bouncing off of a running back, you know he's a powerful runner.
And don't forget, he's in the I formation. He's about 8-9 yards back there. He has a running start, and when he meets you, he is already unloading on you as well. I think that Eastern is going to have to start speeding things up here. They don't have all day.
Clock winding down now, 47 seconds left to go in the third quarter of play. And you know when Central gets it, they're going to run that football as much as possible. Foster inside on the first down play. Doesn't get much because Clarence Rose was there to plug the hole. Central Michigan and Ball State next week on the MAC Sports Channel Game of the Week, beginning at 12:30 Eastern Time. If Central wins today, they will be tied for second with Ball State, and whoever wins that game may end up tied for first at the end of the afternoon. Sullivan play action. Forced out of the pocket, and he is sacked and pulled down. Just simply ran out of time. Dave Delecta comes up with the sack, and that's his second of the season.
That's just poor playing right now by the offensive line from Eastern, because Central rushed 4 people and Eastern had 6 people blocking, and you should be able to hold them all.
All right, quarter number 3 comes to a close. We'll pause now for this commercial break. Chippewas leading 24-9, and we'll be back with the final 15 minutes right after these messages.
We asked a select group of people how they felt about Kowalski's Sliceables. We made a touchdown. Kowalski in the deli, naturally.
Why? He doesn't even know me.
Yes, he does, honey. He forgets sometimes.
Help families of Alzheimer's victims. Give to the United Way Torch Drive.
Being introduced into your body on a daily basis. Over time, they can hurt your health. In the wrong amounts, they can increase your risk of heart disease. But you do have choices, and one is to change the way you eat. To learn how a low-fat, low-cholesterol diet can help you, contact the American Heart Association. Your life is in your hands.
Afternoon ended much too soon for number 67, Tony Vase, the starting left guard for Central Michigan, but at least his ball club's on top.
The only thing that's going to make him happy.
Sullivan, quick drop, looks over the middle, pressured out of the pocket, fumbles, picks it back up, puts his head down, runs for dear life, and gets to the 30 before Rose finally wraps him up.
Sullivan with the ball.
Eastern Michigan forced to punt the football away. Central Michigan really has turned this one around.
Always has been the best pass defense that you can mount is a good pass rush. And even an outstanding quarterback like Tom Sullivan is having a tough time today when he's under as much pressure as he is from Central Michigan Chippewas.
Monty Kirkland will kick with the wind here. L.J. Muddy and Mark Mead back for Central Michigan. A low snap. Beautiful spiral, and boy, did he catch all of that one. Muddy at the 25. Scoots underneath, picks up a few more, and ends up about the 33.
Outstanding punt by
Monty Kirkland.
Yeah, Kirkland.
Marshall in on the tackle. And Herb Deremodi's bunch in control right now, and imagine they're just going to try and pound that thing right at him.
You bet. I mean, they've got the lead and they've got Riley.
It's a nice combination. A little bit surprised. I thought maybe Eastern would have put a few more points on the board, but couldn't make it happen early. Bender, naked reverse. Oh, Hopkins had it for about 3 different steps, put the juggling act together with Waika nipping at his heels and then couldn't pull it in.
That was a nice pass by Bender, throwing the football the way he did on the run. After 3 quarters, rushing yardage. Central Michigan firmly in control of the ball game.
Only 25 yards passing. Time of possession 12 minutes and 30 seconds. That's not even good for a half.
But you see, they only had a short way to go on most of those possessions.
Yep. And they've made it pay off. 24-9. Central on top. Riley to the corner. Bain rides him down. And well, you talk about Herb Deremodi's outstanding record overall, Reggie, in his 12th season here. But 48-12-2 at home is about as solid as it gets.
Well, they do a good job of playing in their own backyard. I mean, you have to really respect this club when they play at home. And I think that's the first thing toward reestablishing your program is win at home.
3rd down 10 play coming up. Eastern's defense trying to get the football back for its offense. All day to throw. Riley on the screen. Turns it upfield, and Riley finally shoved out of bounds by Navarro, or he might have been off to the races again this afternoon.
They set that up real nicely for Donnie Riley. One of the few times today that we get to draw play. Protection out in front of him is superb, and of course, once he gets in the open field, you know, there isn't anyone in this conference as good as he is.
We have an injured player down on the field, and it's number 66, Paul Jacobson, and we've got an update now from Michael Reghi.
Yeah, Danny, Tony Vase, the young man we just got a shot of coming back from that last break. We just went over and talked to him. He said that he did not get it x-rayed at halftime like he thought. They're going to wait till after the football game. However, he said, I'm in a heck of a lot of pain. And he's got that left ankle wrapped up with an ice bag on it right now. Again, won't be x-rayed till after the football game. It's starting offensive guard down from Herb Deremodi's squad. While we've got another injury on the field, I can tell you that J.J. Warenga, who we talked about in the first half, who came up with that mild sprain of the left knee, did come in to start the second half defensively for Central Michigan. However, he did not play in that last series. Right now, Paul Jacobson, who as a matter of fact backed up Tony Vase, is a gentleman you see laying on the carpet over in front of the Central Michigan bench. So a lot of offensive guards going down for Herb Deremodi today. And even though he's got that 24-9 lead, with the offensive line opening up some gaping holes for the likes of Donnie Riley and Darnell Rush, this is something that Herb Deremodi can't be too pleased about. He's got offensive guards going down left and right. So we'll go take a look at Jacobson over on that sideline and see what that injury turns up. Denny?
All right, the paramedics report from Michael Reghi on the field, and these players are really getting nicked at this point of the season. You can see Jacobson really rolling slowly, and what's going through the mind right now, Tom Sullivan, is, hey, we're not going to be undefeated much longer in the conference if we don't get it going.
Well, very concerned, I'm sure, is Herb Deremodi, because it doesn't get any easier. He's got Ball State next. He's got some guards that are down, and that's a problem because he's a running football team.
And part of the reason why Donnie Riley has rushed for 165 yards today has been the outstanding play of the offensive line.
They have done a superb job, particularly at the point of attack. Most of the time when you've seen Riley get the football, he's had the ability to enter the line of scrimmage and enter it free. No one's touching or grabbing him.
And at full speed. And so now it's 3 deep on the depth chart for Central Michigan at that left guard position, trying to patch the offensive lineup. Certainly no surprise why they might run to the right side here across midfield. Scott Waika in on the tackle.
Riley with the ball. Not by Waika.
I guess the biggest surprise today, there are 2 of them. One, of course, is the inability of Eastern Michigan to move the football and take care of the football. And then secondly, it's the success that Central has had against this #1 rated defense in the conference. I mean, they have really dominated the line of scrimmage.
First time we saw Eastern Michigan against Kent State, you just popped up and said this is an outstanding defense, and it is. But you're right, they're being worn down here this afternoon. Bender on the keeper, and Waika in on the tackle.
Just shows you how important one player who is a cut above the rest, how effective he can be in a program if you just give him the ability to exercise that talent. And Central Michigan has done exactly that with Donnie Riley today.
And the nice thing, too, for Bender, who really got off to a slow start throwing a couple of interceptions, he hasn't had to throw the ball much in pressure situations. It's a nice way to learn for the sophomore quarterback. Take some of the heat off. Ely in motion. 3rd down and 5. Pressure's on. And this pass goes incomplete. And Herman Bain, look at him, the big fella slaps the carpet because he had a hold of Bender, but he couldn't pull him down.
I think Bain also is pegging for a call from the official here. Let's see if you can't see it. It appears that Bain is pulled down from behind. And of course, if he can be hit from behind and it's not a clip, but he can't be grabbed from behind. And
Bain nearly coming up with the sack.
That was Joe Vandermeulen, the 3rd guard, number 60 for Central Michigan.
That was grabbing on for dear life. He hasn't played against Bain this season. He's a handful. Into the breeze, goes straight up and comes down like a sand wedge, and the catch is made at about the 22-yard line. So Eastern Michigan will have the football, but they trail by 15, 24-9 on the MAC Sports Channel Game of the Week.
I actually had a very unusual career as a student athlete, having participated in 2 different team sports at 2 different universities. Began my career as a collegiate football player at the University of Utah, where I sustained an injury, and then transferred to San Francisco State University, where I participated in baseball. At the Division II university, it was a university that did not overemphasize the athletic side of the endeavor. I think that became very healthy for me because I had never envisioned being anything but a professional athlete. The things that I went through as a collegiate athlete prepared me better for a future life. I encourage young prospective collegiate athletes at this time to think with the future in mind and plan for the days when the athletic career is over.
This message furnished by the NCAA.
Before moving on to the pro ranks, this MAC legend compiled some big-time numbers in Kelly Short Stadium. Central Michigan's outstanding quarterback, Gary Hogaboom. That's the way to watch a college football game. Shirt sleeves and shorts up on the hilly grass. Sullivan all day to throw, picks out a receiver, makes the toss. Pfeiffer comes up with a play and then gets spanked out of bounds at the 43-yard line.
That's what Sullivan needs if he's going to get his football team back in his ball game in just interminable time. Look at this. I mean, he probably can count up to about 5, which is inordinate. Pfeiffer makes the big play, gets him about up to 45-yard line.
Time is of the essence now to the tailback, Mitch Brown. Off right tackle for maybe a yard at most. Sullivan heads over to the bench for a quick conversation with Jim Harkema. 24-9, Central Michigan on top with 11:28 left in this one.
Remember, Eastern Michigan is playing without one of their big play players, Rodney Screen, the freshman sensation who has a lot of big play ability. He's been hobbled with an ankle injury now for the last 3 or 4 weeks, has not been able to play. I think it takes something away from this Eastern pass offense.
Bell in motion. Play action. Blitz is on. Sullivan got it off and then got drilled big time by James Williams. Sullivan saw him all the way, and now Sullivan and Williams are jawing with one another.
Well, Clarence Rose just had... Watch this, and you'll see Clarence Rose, number 54, all over Fogarty, number 85. You see him wrapped around Fogarty.
Defensive pass interference, spot of the foul, first down.
Here it is right there, around about the 50-yard line. You can see Rose all over, draped around Fogarty. That's an interference call.
So first down and 10 for Eastern Michigan from the 49-yard line. Sullivan, you have to admire the courage. He knew he was going to get shellacked, and he stood in there and made the throw. drills it out to the right. He has Bell into the secondary. Bell is now at the 40-yard line.
Normally you wouldn't want a player to do that, but Bell is a real quick player. And he was looking for, he was willing to give some ground, to get some ground, and he was successful there. Good throw out to the outside by Sullivan. I mean, he's humming this baby. Here's where Bell gives a little ground right there to get around Rose, number 54, and then gets right back up the field.
Like a face mask as well on that call. Nash, north and south, inside the 40 to about the 38. The burning question is, can Eastern Michigan afford to run the ball? And it's part of their scheme. That's the only problem when you get behind. You're a team that likes to run the ball.
I'm not sure if they can afford to have wasted plays like that at this point in time. They need big plays. They need quality plays on every down.
Dan Bennett out to the right. Bell and Nineheis split out to the left on 2nd down and 8. 3-step drop. Over the middle. Curtis had it and lost it. Pass intended for Chris Nineheis.
See, this is atypical of Sullivan to throw some of the passes that we're seeing here today, but that's because he's behind, and when you're behind, you've got to take some chances. That ball is thrown right in the middle, right into the defense. Rich Curtis should have had that football because it was thrown right to him.
Curtis already has 1 interception on the afternoon. He would have dearly loved to have made it a pair. Sullivan looking left, surveys the field, drops it off to Bennett on the crossing pattern. Bennett shoved out of bounds at the 27-yard line by Kent Strong.
That pass took some time to develop. Bennett had to come from the other side of the field and underneath the guys that had cleared out for him. Now watch, good pass protection once again. Get the ball to a guy that can run like Bennett, and then he outruns everybody to the perimeter and even gets out of bounds to stop the clock. 9:53 left in the 4th quarter.
A big play team is Eastern Michigan, and Jim Harkema is hoping that his troops can pull off a couple of plays here in the latter stages of this one. A little delay. Nash has some running room. Oh, Nash just punishes the secondary. Big hit provided by James Cooper, but Nash at 250 drove him backwards.
Draw play because the passing game is working right now, and the linebackers have loosened up now to get into the passing lanes, and of course now you come through there with number 38 and he gains some yardage for you.
Quick snap once again. Nash just shoulders his way inside the 15 to about the 13-yard line, and now Eastern's offense beginning to just pound away as Chris Thompson makes the tackle. Charles Nash with that quick couple of steps might be an NFL prospect.
Well, he certainly has the bulk, and he's a very good blocker, and I think the question remains, does he catch the football and does he have enough speed to play at the next level?
1st down and 10 from inside the 15. 24-9. Eastern Michigan trails. Sullivan. A quick out pattern. Bell has got it. He coughed up the football, and the Chippewas have it. Kenny Strong falls on the ball and maybe ends the hopes for Eastern Michigan. And we'll pause now for this commercial timeout. Chippewas have the football and the lead on the MAC Sports Channel Game of the Week. Back with the conclusion after this.
Hi, I'm Fred Miller, chairman of the Division 1A Athletic Directors Marketing Committee. This stadium's empty right now, but it won't be for long. College sports are an important part of college life. Now, you can look great and boost your favorite university's program by ordering an officially licensed T-shirt and cap for only $21.95. The T-shirt is available in white or gray with the official 2-color school logo. The premium quality embroidered hat comes in white. This officially endorsed program is available from major universities to boost and benefit their schools and their athletic program. I've got mine, and it looks great. Get your officially licensed T-shirt and cap with the school logo for just $21.95. Let's team up to support our college athletics. Here's how to order.
Credit card orders, call toll-free 1-800-942-1900 or send check or money order for $21.95 with shirt size and choice of school to University Athletic Properties, P.O. Box 706, Middleton, Wisconsin 53562. Please allow 4 to 6 weeks for delivery. That phone number again is 1-800-942-1900.
We all thank you for supporting college athletics.
Live from the beautiful new River Downs in Cincinnati, Ohio, it's the culmination of an exciting 1989 Ohio Thoroughbred racing season, the third annual Best of Ohio Series. A trio of races including the mile and a 16th Juvenile Championship, the mile and an 8th Distaff Championship, and the mile and a quarter Endurance Championship. A great afternoon of thoroughbred racing from the new River Downs beginning at 4 o'clock Eastern, Saturday, October 28th. The Best of Ohio.
Exposing yourself to too many players hitting you from too many different angles, and he wasn't able to maintain possession.
Ball just tomahawked out of his grasp, and what a crucial turnover for Eastern Michigan, because had they scored, they would have drawn within 8. Riley off right tackle to the 15, and this will be 3 plays on the ground and out, if nothing else.
And keep this football right in the center of the field so that they do not stop the clock. And well, the nice thing about Donnie Riley is he's just as effective running inside as he is running outside.
Good point. Frustrating day for the Hurons, who had a number of outstanding scoring opportunities and just did not make them pay off. Extra long signal count. Riley on the pitch. Turns it up, looking for more yardage. Runs through a couple more people and is finally lassoed by Brad Schmidt all the way out past the 40-yard line. But it looks like we might have a penalty on the play.
Let's take another look at it. It's worth looking at anyway, because what he does is simply just beautiful to watch. I mean, he never stops moving inside, and he just never comes down with the first hit and always has his head up looking for daylight. Donnie Riley.
Holding more than likely.
We got a holding on the offense. Repeat, second down.
Boy, if you're a running back like Riley, who's just reeled off 30 yards, you go back, you're out of breath thinking, oh, man.
And the guy that, the guy who does it probably will apologize. He's probably saying, I'm sorry, Donnie, we'll get him next time. And they really mean it, too, because no one feels worse about something like that than an offensive line. I mean, they work hard all day, and they never get much recognition except when, they're called for holding or something like that.
Harkema's done anything but give up. He is exhorting the defense to stop him here. We'll get it back, and we'll still punch it in. Riley on the delay. For about 2 yards out to the 10-yard line. Let's check in now with Michael Reghi.
Denny Paul Jacobson, who backed up Tony Vase, who went out with an injury at left guard for Central Michigan in the first half. Jacobson has a mild concussion. Now, he wants to get back in the football game, but football players are like that. They all want to come back. They're taking a wait-and-see attitude here. So you got Joe Vandermeulen, who is a redshirt freshman. You got to go to number 3 on the depth chart to find number 60. He's trying to open some holes for Donnie Riley right now in this Central offense. Denny?
And the tough thing about that is he's facing some great defensive interior linemen from Eastern Michigan. Nowhere to go there as Craig Petersmark fought off the block and drilled Riley in the backfield.
I think Jim Harkema will want to try to block this kick. And he needs points fast, and he just lost about 2 minutes by fumbling that football in addition to the potential points. But quickest way to get back into a football game and to demoralize your opponent is to block a kick for a touchdown.
Well, they have 3 players back to return, so it would appear as if they are maybe looking to spring Charles Gordon. Low snap. Another beautiful kick. Fair catch signaled for by Charles Gordon at the 42-yard line. So we'll come back momentarily with 6:29 left to go in this one. 24-9, Central Michigan leads. We'll be back with more of the MAC Sports Channel Game of the Week after this.
You might have the impression that you can use drugs and alcohol and still be at your best. In fact, some people claim that drugs and alcohol help them perform better in sports, at school, or at work. Well, you can see where those people end up, hooked and helpless. They destroy their own hard work. Drugs and alcohol don't pave the way to success. They're nothing but a dead end.
This message furnished by the NCAA.
Corporate Services, tailoring credit and non-credit programs to the needs of business. Degrees at all levels in nursing, international trade, real estate, teacher education, and computer-aided manufacturing, just to name a few of our more than 180 programs, and the resources to transform college degrees into careers. All part of the fastest-growing educational institution in the state, Eastern Michigan University. For information, call 1-800-GO-TO-EMU.
Round ball just around the corner, Reggie Rucker. The MAC basketball tournament will be played in Cobo Hall in the Motown City, Detroit, Michigan, starting March 8th all the way through the 11th with Ball State, Kent State, Toledo, Miami. A lot of good programs coming back. Should be a great tournament. Eastern Michigan with the football, but they're running out of time and they trail 24-9. Foster slides through off left tackle, skids to about the 33-yard line.
Now they really have to get into their hurry-up offense. Almost a 2-minute drill right now with 6 minutes left in the ball game. Cannot afford to waste any time at all. Must have all quality plays and plays that have the potential to score.
Sullivan again to the tailback. This is Foster, hammered right down at the line of scrimmage. Didn't gain much of anything. Kevin Rich in on the stop for the Chippewas.
Well, I'm surprised that Sullivan just isn't putting this football up in the air. They have to score, and they have to score within the next minute if they have any aspirations of winning the football game.
Mitch Brown and Jason Wolf. And now Hector Murillo check in for Eastern Michigan. Got to get the first down. Pitch went back. Nash fumbled it. Has to cover it up. Or I should say Mitch Brown with the fumble of the toss. And now Eastern Michigan in dire straits.
It's a very sophisticated play to run in this instance. It was a fake pitch and a pitch going the other way. It was a counter play. Both backs went right. Brown came back to the left. Couldn't handle the football.
4th down and 7. This is the desperation play for Eastern Michigan to keep this drive alive. Sullivan going for it all to Bennett in the corner. Bennett up over the top, had his fingertips on the football. Double coverage, though, by James Cooper, and also in the secondary, David Johnson.
This play just didn't have a chance from the start. They've got the double coverage down the right side. It's actually a prayer pass. Dan Bennett makes a nice effort, but Cooper, number 22, and Williams, James Williams, number 15, do a fine job of covering up the receiver.
And don't forget to join us next Saturday as the race for the conference title heats up. Coach Herb Deremodi leads the Chippewas to Muncie, Indiana, to square off against Paul Shadell's Ball State Cardinals. Be sure to join us next week on the MAC Sports Channel Game of the Week, beginning at 12:30 Eastern Time. Oh my, Don Shell English just about took Donnie Riley's head off in the backfield.
We just didn't have enough of those plays today. Getting off of blocks at the line of scrimmage and making plays like this on Donnie Riley. You see number 46, Don Shell English. Excellent, superb tackle for a loss. But that's how you have to slow down a back like Donnie Riley. You don't slow him down by tackling him downfield.
Darnell Rush substitutes for Riley now. Connolly also in the lineup, in the fullback position. Pitch to Rush, who gets one block. Ooh, nearly got to the outside, but Navarro grabbed him by the jersey and pulled him down at about the 43. It'll bring it 3rd down now and at least 7.
Central just has a nice concept with that tailback. I mean, they do a lot of different things off of the ability of that player in the backfield. And of course, most of the time, that's Riley. And they get the ball to him deep so that he can see the field, scan, and go where he needs to go.
2 for 5 in scoring opportunities in the second half for the Chippewas, who led 14-9 at halftime, now lead 24-9 with under 3.5 minutes to play. On the option, Bender pitches to Rush. Tries to get to the outside and is pulled down a yard shy of a first down by a hustling Scott Wyckoff. Sports Channel would like to take this opportunity to thank some very special people who collectively made this broadcast possible. From Eastern Michigan, Jim Streeter, their sports information director, and Karen Grice, the assistant SID. And from Central Michigan, boy, they rolled out the red carpet for us here last evening. Dave Keilitz, their director of athletics. Perk Weisenberger, who I spent hours with on the telephone last night, the assistant director of athletics, along with Dave Dials. And Fred Stabley, their sports information director, and Rob Kaminsky, the assistant SID. Listen, guys, a pat on the back for a job well done here in Mount Pleasant. Gordon's going to have to turn on the jet. So reverse. Charles tries to get a few yards and then gets out of bounds and stops the clock with 2:27 left to go. Kurt Pauley again in on another tackle on the special teams. Don't forget also, we want to pat some people on the back. Our crew, our executive producer for the MAC Game of the Week, Joe Tanzarello. Today's game was produced by John LaChance, directed by Steve Warren. Our technical director for this afternoon's game, Tom Farmer, and our associate producer is George Pryor. So, gentlemen, thanks for your help here this week. And if you'd have helped Eastern Michigan a little more, it might have been a little more interesting. Last-ditch effort now. They're going to have to make something happen in a big hurry. Sullivan with a pump fake. Runs it straight up the field and slides into the 20-yard line.
The thing to do now is continue to play and not give up, because you never know when you're going to be in this situation, Denny, with a chance to win. So this is a very important drive, although a meaningless one in terms of the outcome of this football game.
Going up top, and a great catch by Kellogg, who eludes one tackler in the secondary, and they will mark him out of bounds at about the 45. James Cooper in on the stop. Kellogg snuck into the secondary and was wide open.
Nice pass that time by Sullivan, who had a lot of time to throw the football, but Central Michigan is so deep. There are going to be some lanes out there, and they're going to allow you to complete some passes because they just don't want you to hit a home run right now.
Sullivan with a twin set to the left. Throws this one incomplete. That time, or do we have a flag on the play? No. And we'd like to thank those folks as well for helping us provide the pictures here from Mount Pleasant, Michigan this week.
Well, Eastern Michigan's going to suffer its first loss in the Mid-American Conference. Makes that game down at Muncie next week all the more significant.
Well, I want to tell you, because Eastern Michigan will drop to 5-1.
3 teams in the league with 1 loss.
Right.
Ball State, and of course the other being Central Michigan.
You had a feeling things were going to tighten up somewhere along the way, and they will the last 3 weeks. What's nice about our coverage here on Sports Channel is we'll be selecting really the top game of the last 3 weeks. Find out who will head out to the California Raisin Bowl in Fresno. Draw play. And I'm going to tell you what, he might be out on his feet. Really took an unbelievable shot, and he is going to get up very slowly, if indeed he does, here in the next minute or two. David Johnson with the big-time hit, and Nash really got shellacked as he crossed the 40-yard line.
It's a tough guy, though.
Boy, I'm going to tell you what, he got right up. I'm going to tell you right now, I heard that one all the way up here, and we're a long way from the playing surface.
Basically, it was Charles Nash against them.
And don't forget, next week on Sports Channel, watch 4 of Ohio's strongest college soccer teams on Thursday, November 2nd at 6:30, Cincinnati and the University of Akron. And then, of course, in a game a little bit later on, 2 other outstanding teams. This one kicked off in the secondary, and that is pretty much all she wrote. David Johnson with the pick for Central Michigan, and they'll start celebrating now in Mount Pleasant. Johnson with the pick in the secondary. for William. Starting to sing goodbye now, and you know what that means.
It's all over.
All over but the shout.
Well, this was a ball game that for Central Michigan meant if they did not win, there was no tomorrow. They could not expect to get into the California Bowl with 2 losses.
Riley continues to churn out the yardage, runs it out near the 33. Donnie Riley has been a force here this afternoon, Reggie Rucker. I know you've been high on him since the first time you've seen him, and he still is not 100%. If he ever gets to that point, better watch out.
Well, there are 2 things that we've talked about doing, of course, this year on behalf of Sports Channel, and you and I, Denny, is picking a Mid-American Conference All-Star team, and then perhaps singling out the one player that has been most valuable in this season. And, of course, we have 2 players on the field today that I think would be in the running for that honor. And from Eastern Michigan, it would be quarterback Tom Sullivan, and from Central Michigan, it would be halfback Donnie Riley.
Eastern Michigan opting for time as we look around the Mid-American Conference. Redskins trying to come up with a victory. Michigan having no problem whatsoever with the Hoosiers. High-scoring affair. Number 15. University of Akron beating up on Cincinnati. That one being played, I think, at the Rubber Bowl in Akron.
I don't think you should call a timeout in this situation. I mean, 24-9 and less than a minute to go. I've seen too many players get hurt when you prolong the game needlessly. They're parading through the stadium with the Central Michigan flag.
Well, Eastern Michigan still has 2 timeouts left. You're supposed to play until the final tick, but Riley again, right up the middle. Once again, Eastern calls for time.
No, they didn't. They were just.
Oh, they didn't.
No, I don't think they'll call timeout.
Okay, me neither. Enough is enough. First down for Central Michigan, so the Chippewas will move to 4-1, Reggie, along with Ball State.
Big win here today.
Oh,
they did what they had to do, and the guy that they featured was the bread and butter player, Donnie Riley, and he almost did it by himself.
Terrific performance. Bender's been watching the pro ranks. Took the knee down, but then kept trying to move away. Players have their helmets off, but the clock is stopped with 24 seconds left.
This I do not understand.
Timeout is called. And Riley starts to celebrate a little bit. A lot of work left, though, for these 2 teams in order to find out who will qualify to play out in Fresno on December 9th. Faithful head home happy. Don't forget, next week, Muncie, Indiana will be the site of the MAC Sports Channel Game of the Week, featuring the host Ball State Cardinals and the Central Michigan Chippewas.
They're already starting to celebrate here. The party has begun, fellas.
Yep. Paul Schudel's bunch, they played Thursday night, beat Indiana State, so they basically had a couple of extra days to rest up and be prepared. They'll be ready when Central Michigan gets down. Bender again hits the deck quickly. Players still taking shots at one another, and that should do it. Time will expire here from Kelly Short Stadium on the campus of Central Michigan University. The final score, 24-9, Central Michigan with a win. We'll be back with a final comment after this.
Now, you can improve your golf game by learning from the pros who teach the pros. You can now own 2 video cassettes. Play your best golf. Nearly 3 hours of the finest golf instruction from Bob Tosky, one of the nation's top teaching pros. Gary Wyron, PGA Director of Education. Peggy Kirkbell, a founder of the LPGA. And Jim Flick, a master teacher at the Golf Digest School. Tape 1, The Clubs, features the principles of the golf swing. Tape 2, The Strategies, features the scoring shots, putting, chipping, getting out of the sand, and pitching to the green. Each cassette costs only $29.95, but for the special television price of $54.95, you can order both tapes and lower your score. Call 1-800-447-5400. Ask for Tape 1, The Clubs, or Tape 2, The Strategies, for $29.95 each, or order both tapes for $54.95. Visa, MasterCard, or American Express accepted. Call 1-800-447-5400.
Chippewas win 24-9. The primary reason, the play of number 34, Donnie Riley, and Michael Reghi has number 34 right now.
Number 34, without question, one of the premier running backs, not only in the Mid-American Conference, maybe in the nation. Donnie Riley, you get down 9-0 early on, then the offense started to pick it up. Did you guys talk about it and say, hey, we got to move the football?
Yeah, we knew what we had to do. You know, Eastern came in and they came in tough. You know, that we knew they was going to try to come at us real hard with the defense, and they was trying to stop me, and I wasn't going to let them stop me today because I knew it was important for the team. My offensive line blocked well, and that's what it took. It took us taking it to them. Defense played good ball, and that's what it took. We just took it to them. Eastern got a good team. We just took it to them. We knew we had to do.
We're getting inundated by Central Michigan faithful here. Donnie, 4-1 right now. You're back in the race. You're going to Ball State next week. What about playing the Cardinals down there with a chance to go California Bowl?
Hey, it's going to be a war. You know, Ball State got a tough team. They got a real good defense and a good offense. But hey, we know what we got to do. We got to take it to them and just go ahead and play ball.
All right, Donnie Riley, I'm going to let you out of here before you get out of trouble, all right? Donnie Riley, outstanding football game. Central Michigan beats Eastern. I'm out of here. Back upstairs.
All right, Michael, thank you so much. Donnie Riley appears to be a man possessed, Reggie Rucker.
Well, he put on a performance today, gave them what they had to have, the strong rushing and control of the football game. Now they go to Ball State with a chance to win.
All right, be sure to join us next Saturday as the MAC Game of the Week travels to Muncie, Indiana. The Chippewas of Central Michigan take on the always tough Ball State Cardinals. The MAC Game of the Week is a presentation of Sports Channel Ohio in association with the Mid-American Conference. Once again, the final score, Central Michigan 24, Eastern Michigan 9 for Michael Reghi and Reggie Rucker. This is Denny Schreiner saying so long, everyone, from Mount Pleasant.
The Palace of Auburn Hills and Budweiser proudly present the legendary British rock group Jethro Tull on Monday, November the 6th, along with special guest group It Bites. Good seats are still available at Hudson's, Harmony House, all Ticketmaster outlets, and all Great Stuff stores. Or charge by phone at 645-6666.
You can take a sleek 300-mile-per-hour bullet train from Las Vegas to L.A. in less than an hour. Your ticket? A subscription to Popular Mechanics. Popular Mechanics is the complete source of how-to information for the must-know man. Whether you want to build a fabulous new deck or you're in hot pursuit of the latest from Detroit, you'll preview the best of tomorrow each month. And Popular Mechanics brings you regular features like Car Clinic and The Better Home. Whatever your project, Popular Mechanics shows you the way in full, in color, and in style. And you'll read monthly updates on the latest in science, technology, and electronics. Plus, each issue is packed with master plans, charts, drawings, and feature articles by the experts. And Popular Mechanics gives you all this for less than 90 cents a month. More how-to information than any other magazine in 12 monthly issues for $9.97. An incredible $13 savings off the newsstand price. Call toll-free and subscribe to Popular Mechanics now.
We're turning on a brand new radio station, custom designed for Ann Arbor. It's the all-new Mix 107 FM. Mix 107 plays a truly unique variety of music, an outstanding mix of jazz, mellow soul, and the very best of contemporary music. As eclectic as Ann Arbor itself. Not too hard, not too soft, and never repetitious. So if the stations you've been listening to are too hard, too soft, or too predictable, try Ann Arbor's best mix, the all-new Mix 107 FM.
Just do it. Hey, just try it, man. It's easy. Come on, man. Just give it a try. What are you waiting for?
Kids face a lot of pressure to do things that may not always be right.
Don't worry, man. You'll love it. Come on. Go.
The United Way Torch Drive supports 153 agencies like the Boys and Girls Clubs of southeastern Michigan, which takes some of the pressure off being a kid.
Here you go, Ted. You're up. Hey, step up to the plate.
There's so much more to be done. Please, give more.
Welcome back to Talking Baseball. So glad you could be with us. We're with David Pinter, the agent for Donnie Moore. The events of October 12th, 1986. The California Angels lead the Boston Red Sox 3-1. There's 65,000 fans in the Big A in Anaheim. Cal Angels take a 5-2 lead to the bottom of the ninth. All they need are 3 outs to go to the World Series for the first time. Donnie Baylor hits a 2-run homer off of Mike Witt. Gary Lucas comes in, a left-hander, to face left-hand hitting Rich Gedman. He hasn't hit a batter in 4 years. He hits Gedman. And a 2-2 pitch to Dave Henderson from Donnie Moore goes over the fence, 6-5. Angels tie it, and then Moore subsequently loses the game in the 11th inning on a sac fly by David Henderson. Did that pitch kill him?
I don't know if the pitch killed him, but the pitch made him severely depressed. He kept blaming himself that he was the next Ralph Branca of the 80s. He blamed himself for not taking the team to the World Series. But the funny part about that is that the fans should know that that day he went to the manager and he told him he was hurting. And the day before they gave him a big shot in the arm, you know, a cortisone shot. And the manager came back and said, I know you're hurting, but I would rather have you out there instead of anyone else because you're my best. So when Donnie Moore heard that, he picked up the ball and he went out there.
It's amazing how the game goes in circles. The previous pitch, Henderson looked terrible on. He barely was able to tick it to stay alive. And then the next pitch, he hits the fork ball for a home run.
He talked about that all the time. He didn't want to shake off Boone, who was a potential Hall of Famer. And he couldn't understand why he called that pitch. But he wasn't going to shake him off. He never shook him off the whole year. So he did what he wanted him to throw, and he threw it. And the rest was history.
And he goes eventually to Omaha to play for the Kansas City Royals AAA Farm Club, where he lockers right close to Steve Crawford, who wound up getting the victory in that game for the Boston Red Sox. And had he been recalled to Kansas City, he would have been a teammate of the other person that he made famous in World Series law, Bill Buckner.
Yep.
Were there times after that home run, and still the Angels still had a 3-2 lead as they went back to Boston, were there conversations between you and he that, hey, Donnie, you still only need 1 win, it's not the end of the world?
Yeah, but he sort of thought that they were going to lose both of them in Boston. I went to Boston with him, me, Tanya, Glenda, my wife Glenda. We went there, but we sort of knew, like, the Red Sox were going to beat them.
Was there any consoling him?
No. He just was furious, just completely furious at the injury. They gave him $3 million. He didn't live up to the expectations. They were going to blame him. And you know something? The Angels never blamed him. He blamed himself. But the manager, the general manager, nobody ever said a word about that home run, because they could have won the game in the bottom of the ninth.
Right.
If somebody goes to second, or if the sensei hits a fly ball or something.
They have the bases loaded, nobody out or something? Or bases loaded, one out?
And it was just wasn't, you know, Gene Mauch and Gene Autry are snake-bitten when it comes to getting into a World Series.
This huge contract, was there money still owed you at the time of Donnie's death?
Yes.
A lot of money?
$75,000. I filed a grievance in November, and I'm sure Donnie would have paid me. And I'm sure someday I'll get paid. But we had a crazy relationship. We became very, very good friends. The reason why I gave up being an agent is because a lot of the fringe ball players that I was handling, I wasn't getting paid.
It wasn't worth the trouble?
No, it wasn't worth the trouble. 1,000 here, 2,000 here, 2,000 there. I was working like a dog trying to get these guys to stay in the major leagues for the 4 years. At that time, it was 4 years. And I didn't handle superstars.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them became superstars. But it was just not worth it. Donnie Moore stayed with me, and he gave me the opportunity to do a big contract. In '85, after he had the 31 saves, every agent was after him. But he remembered that I was fighting like crazy when he was in the minor leagues.
Showed some loyalty.
He showed a lot of loyalty, and we
Goodness
were very,
knows
very
he
good
had
friends.
struggled all those years with the Milwaukee organization,
did.
Chicago Cubs, I remember him in the mid-'70s, St. Louis,
right.
Absolutely.
Right. It was just a horror, you know, his whole career.
Let's talk about the peripheral circumstances at the time of his death. Money problems?
None. No. The press has it wrong.
Because that was there's some quotes from Moore that while he was still in Omaha earlier this season, that there was a situation where there were some bad investments, that kind of thing.
Yes, there were some. He overextended himself, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
You know, by buying 2 condos and buying $1 million home and going in with an investment with Reggie Jackson. But he could have liquidated some of this. This was not the reason why he committed suicide, and he didn't commit suicide because he was having marital problems also. They were going to get back together again, Tanya and Donnie.
Mm-hmm.
It was just something that he could not live with. The idea that at the age of 35, he was finished as a ball player. He was injured, and he just decided to end it all. Nobody knows why people commit suicide, but I think it would have happened even if they weren't, you know, trial separation or something like that. I'd like to say something about Tanya.
Mm-hmm.
The reason I came on your show, by the way, is because of the 10 times that you called me to come on your show, you always asked, how is Tanya Moore doing? And people who have been calling me for the past 2 months who want me on every show in the country, name a show I've been asked to go on it. I refuse to go on any one of them. And the only reason I decided to come over here is because it's Talking Baseball, and you were courteous enough to constantly ask me, how is she doing? Okay? I think she's doing okay. She may be a little bit depressed. She's out of the hospital right now, but she happens to be an unbelievable human being. She's the mother of the year. She is the wife of the year. She traveled with him from in the minor leagues
for a lifetime.
I mean, my God, you know, you have no idea what a lady this is. She would get into a van with those 3 kids and go from town to town. He would be traded. She was there in back of him, traveling, putting the kids to school, getting tutors,
packing up
spring
the house.
training. Unbelievable. She's really a remarkable lady.
What's the latest you can tell us on her condition? How's she doing?
She's depressed. And but I think she's pretty, you know, she's got guts, and she's got 3 beautiful children to take care of, and I think she'll recover and she'll be okay.
Physically, how is she?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Have you been in close touch with
her? No. I haven't spoken to her since I went out for the wake. I don't think she's talking to anybody. But I think she'll be all right. Maybe next year, the both of us will get together in a partnership and do a book. Who killed Donnie Moore? Baseball killed Donnie Moore.
David Pinter, the agent for Donnie Moore, is my guest, and we'll continue with him when Talking Baseball rolls on from the heart of New York City right after this.
The most memorable moment
moments in NFL history can now be yours in an all-new video cassette collection. Presenting the official NFL Films video collection from NFL Films, Fox Hills, and Time Life. Now you can replay the greatest games, the mammoth feats of the legendary linemen, the suspense of the Super Bowls, and more. Kick off your collection with the toughest, most explosive players in the game. They're all part of your first video cassette, Crunch Course. Just $14.99 plus shipping and handling. The official NFL Films video collection. Here's how to order.
Call now 1-800-872-9100 to get your first video cassette, Crunch Course, at the low introductory price of just $14.99. Or send 1822 to NFL Video Collection, P.O. Box 1880, Department 29, Alexandria, Virginia.
The non-stop sports action continues throughout November on Pass as we race towards the winter season. The month headlines 7 Piston games as the world champions go up against Dominique Wilkins and the towering Atlanta Hawks, the physical Phoenix Suns, and the newly formed Orlando Magic. Check out our NHL coverage, too, with 5 Red Wing games with Jacques Demere's squad battling such rivals as the famed Edmonton Oilers, the demanding Hartford Whalers, and defending Stanley Cup champion Calgary Flames. Then watch for our innovative CCHA Game of the Week with Michigan battling arch rival Bowling Green, as well as the Buckeyes clashing with highly touted Michigan State from East Lansing. The gridiron action keeps tumbling, too, with our Pac-10 and Big 8 Game of the Week, in addition to weekly highlight and coaches shows. Keep a lookout for other specials as well, such as Fight Night at the Palace, CCHA Digest, and Senior League Baseball from Florida. November is packed with Michigan's championship lineup all month long on Pass.
Welcome back to Talking Baseball. So glad you could be with us. We are with David Pinter, the agent for Donnie Moore. Donnie Moore had David Henderson. Lee Smith had Steve Garvey in the 1984 playoffs. Mark Littell had Chris Chambliss in the 76 playoffs at Yankee Stadium. Tom Niedenfuhrer had Jack Clark, which nobody will ever forget, in 1985 in the National League playoffs. And just last year, Dennis Eckersley had Kirk Gibson. Ralph Branca was quoted as saying after the death of Donnie Moore that he found it just absolutely incomprehensible. It's only baseball. Your thoughts? You tried to get him to go to a psychiatrist, didn't you?
Sure. Sure, many, many times. But,
would he just dismiss it out of hand?
Yes, yes, yes. This was not per se what did it. This may have been the final touch. But you have to understand, he was a fringe ball player.
All his life?
All his life he was a fringe ball player. You have no idea what it's like for an agent to get a $5,000 raise, to get a $10,000 raise. Atlanta, 1984. He was promised the $10,000 while appearing in a certain amount of games. And they put him on the DL sometime in September. And they told him, don't worry about it. You need 2 more games. You're going to get the $10,000. They never gave him the $10,000. They forgot about the promise. Whitey Herzog promised me that when he was sent down to the minor leagues, that when he comes up, he'll come up at the major league salary, and I couldn't get him to put it in writing. Whitey Herzog forgot about it. It's things like that that the fans do not know what's going on with the ball players that do not make the money.
Do you find it, therefore, amazing when fans come up to you, as inevitably they will, and say to you, they're just making so much money, it's ridiculous?
Why shouldn't they be making so much money? How much does the owner of the ball club make? Why doesn't anybody care that Elizabeth Taylor gets $10 million or Paul Newman gets $15 million for a movie, and we don't mind paying $6.50 per ticket? Why shouldn't a ball player make $2 and $3 million for a short-lived career? People do come and see these stars.
Absolutely.
So they should be making as much as they can. I think it's wrong for the owners the way they give out this money. And since I'm finished as an agent, I would love to go to work for a ball club and do one thing: handle contracts on a commission basis. I'll chop any major league payroll by 30-40%. Let the agent talk to me.
Be on the other side of the fence.
Absolutely.
And you were an agent at the time that there were still 2 years of collusion going on. Serious collusion.
I had a rough time with this contract, by the way. In
with
85,
Donnie's $3 million contract?
This was the only one that I ever handled. I went to the Winter League in San Diego, and I spoke to Lou Piniella and King and Woody Woodworth, and they all loved Donnie Moore, but we can't sign him. We can't talk to you right now. My God, I couldn't believe what was going on. I didn't have one offer. The contract started very, very small, and I kept telling him, just sit tight. We'll sign 2 minutes before the deadline, January the 8th. He would have signed anything, but because of me, he just sat there and, kept his cool, and we finally got them up to $3 million. But it was a horror what happened, and I don't think Roberts was right with the ruling. They should have come in with a $26 million lawsuit, a fine.
Settlement?
Absolutely. What's $10.5 million? Everybody kicks in $400,000, that's the end of it.
In the contract that you negotiated, is there a clause that voids the contract in case of a suicide like that?
No.
So it's guaranteed?
Yes. Same thing with the insurance.
What's amazing is that he, according to the accounts I read, Donnie would read about people committing suicide in the newspapers and say, I'd never do that.
That's right.
You've heard the same
Oh,
thing?
yes, absolutely. He would never do that. He was talking about selling the house and going to Texas with the family and going into a different business, et cetera, et cetera. I'd like to say something about the Players Association. That happens to be the greatest, organization in the world. They've helped me tremendous in the 12 years that I was an agent. I can't say enough about them. And if the owners think that they're going to have a strike, it's not like football. The leadership over there is fantastic. They're very, very united. I would tell the owners, forget about it. They're not going to get Major League ball players to cross a picket line like football did.
Well, hopefully there won't even be a lockout, too. That's another thing.
That's another thing, right.
David Pinter is my guest, and we'll wrap our conversation with him when Talking Baseball continues after this.
So I'm running late. I had to call Phoenix, so I'm using this other long-distance company. I dialed the wrong number. I got this guy in Fiji.
What? Is this Phoenix?
No, you reached Fiji. I dial again. Fiji again.
What are you
So I called the operator for credit. She said I'd have to talk to customer billing. I said, AT&T operators gave me instant credit. She said, you are not dealing with AT&T.
Well, I am now.
People who thought they could do better than AT&T are coming back for the real value. Aren't you glad you never left?
I'll never forget 1958, the first overtime championship game ever played in the NFL. Unitas and the Colts, they beat the Giants 23-17.
And the sporting news was there.
Hey, you want overtime? How about that 1982 playoff game? The Chargers over the Dolphins, 41-38. The most exciting game I ever saw.
And the sporting news was there. Yes, whether it's football, baseball, basketball, or hockey, wherever the excitement is, the sporting news is there, bringing you more complete coverage than any other sports weekly. Call now for the sporting news at the lowest price anywhere, with convenient delivery right to your door.
Call 1-800-453-2600 and get 29 issues of the sporting news for 4 payments of just $4.99. You'll save 69% off the cover price, 40% off the regular subscription rate. You can't get a better deal. Call now 1-800-453-2600. That's 1-800-453-2600.
Live from the beautiful new River Downs in Cincinnati, Ohio, it's the culmination of an exciting 1989 Ohio Thoroughbred Racing season, the 3rd annual Best of Ohio Series. A trio of races including the mile and the 16th Juvenile Championship, the mile and the 8th Distaff Championship, and the mile and a quarter Endurance Championship. A great afternoon of thoroughbred racing from the new River Downs beginning at 4 o'clock Eastern, Saturday, October 28th. The best of Ohio.
Just about a minute or so left with David Pinter, the agent for Donnie Moore, and I should mention to you that after Donnie Moore's death, David Henderson went back to play in the Big A in Anaheim with the Oakland A's and heard 40, 50 people calling him murderer. Was there, or there other people in Donnie Moore's life who were influential in terms of you handled his agent's work?
I introduced him to Joe Kurtz, president of Pro Athletes, and he got him into some tremendous investments.
Would you, we've just got another second or so, would you ever recommend being an agent to anybody?
No, don't do it. Unless you have the stomach to be fired, and unless you have the stomach that they're not going to show up for the appointment, unless you want to be an ambulance chaser. You have to hold their bags and walk around with them, et cetera, et cetera. And you got to be a waiter.
If you had to do it again, would you do it? Looking
No.
back on the 12 years?
No.
You would not?
No, never.
David, I thank you so much for coming on the show, and I wish you continued success.
Thank you so much for having me.
And we want to thank you for watching and listening, everybody, to Talking Baseball. Bye-bye, everybody.
Promotional consideration provided by Skyway Luggage Company, maker of rugged, practical cases since 1910, and by Legends, the new downtown sports bar and restaurant in New York City. Transportation provided by Bradhurst Limousine Service, custom limousines for every occasion.
You can take a sleek 300-mile-per-hour bullet train from Las Vegas to LA in less than an hour. Your ticket? A subscription to Popular Mechanics. Popular Mechanics is the complete source of how-to information for the must-know man. Whether you want to build a fabulous new deck or you're in hot pursuit of the latest from Detroit, you'll preview the best of tomorrow each month. And Popular Mechanics brings you regular features like Car Clinic and The Better Home. Whatever your project, Popular Mechanics shows you the way in full, in color, and in style. And you'll read monthly updates on the latest in science, technology, and electronics. Plus, each issue is packed with master plans, charts, drawings, and feature articles by the experts. And Popular Mechanics gives you all this for less than 90 cents a month. More how-to information than any other magazine in 12 monthly issues for $9.97. An incredible $13 savings off the newsstand price. Call toll-free and subscribe to Popular Mechanics now.
Thanksgiving, the time of year we count our... to find out who is the best of Ohio.
Good afternoon and welcome to Cincinnati, Ohio for the 3rd annual Best of Ohio Championship Series. It's a 3-race series with the Juvenile taking the track first, followed by the Distaff and then the Pista Resistance, the $150,000 mile-and-a-quarter Best of Ohio Endurance Handicap. Hello, everyone. I'm Kevin Gomer, and we're in Cincinnati. Unseasonably warm for the end of October. Temperatures reaching near 80 degrees. Working with me this afternoon, the expert commentator on Ohio breds, John Englehart.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Well, you said it was a championship day of racing. We'll see at least 5 former Ohio champions competing in the races this afternoon. After the Juvenile, we'll probably crown a new champion. Sad to say there'll be one champion, the champion handicap mare Tougaloo, that will be missing from the races this afternoon, and we'll talk more about that as we get close to the endurance.
Absolutely no doubt about it. The gray mare will be missed. Well, let's go over to the winner's circle and meet the 3rd member of the broadcast team, Susan Findlay, who has an interview.
Thank you, Kevin, and I'll be here in the winner's circle most of today, and one man we're going to see a lot of down here in the paddock is Jim Morgan. Jim, you've got 3 horses in the Best of Ohio today. Let's go over each of them a bit. First of all, Stormy Deep in the Juvenile.
Yes, he's a nice little horse. He's won a stake here earlier in the year. Doesn't have the best post today. We're on the outside at 11, but if we get around the first turn in good shape, I think he'll run well.
And then there's Rose of Wendover in the Distaff. She ran a disappointing race last time. I understand she had a little bit of a breathing problem.
Yes, she had some congestion in her lungs, and we've treated it, and we hope that it's cleared up. And she has run well here. She was a very good 2-year-old, and she likes this racetrack.
And then finally, Private Pool in the Endurance. He's got some speed. There's an awful lot of speed in the race. What are your tactics, and does that concern you?
Yes, there's a whole lot of speed, and he's way on the outside, and we'll probably try to take him back a little bit today. But sometimes he's kind of headstrong, and you can't do that. So we'll just have to let the jockey do the best he can.
Well, thank you very much, Jim, and best of luck to you today. And now we'll take a look at last year's Juvenile.
The Fierce Look is coming after the leader. They've got a 16th left to go. Dr. Bizarre and the Fierce Look. Dr. Bizarre and the Fierce Look to the wire. It's tight.
That was the 88 Best of Ohio Juvenile. Today, the distance is the same, 1 mile and a 16th. Track condition rated fast, and $125,000 is up the grabs for these 2-year-old Buckeye-bred babies. The Best of Ohio, it's a traveling road show. It opened up in Thistledowns in Cleveland, Ohio, make that 1987, and last season it moved to the center of the state, Columbus, when the Best of Ohio was hosted at Beulah Park. This year it comes to Southern Ohio, to Cincinnati's racetrack, River Downs. It's a 3-race series, $400,000 up for grabs.
And it is a championship series. These horses had to earn their way here. They weren't just nominated to the 3 different races. These horses were tracked throughout the season in all of the Ohio-funded stakes races, and the horses who ran first, second, and third received appropriate points, and the horses that landed at the top of the point system, they were allowed to run in this afternoon's Best of Ohio.
That was the call to the post for the Best of Ohio Juvenile Championship, and let's meet the contenders. Number 1 is Oh, So Am I, owned by the Irish Acres Farm. Omar Londano has the mount, one of 4 fillies in the juvenile field. She has 2 wins from 4 starts.
Her stablemate is Oh Noble Splash, ridden by Mike Moran, trained by John Guisardo. This horse won the $100,000 juvenile at Thistledown.
Number 2 on the scent, he was the top point getter in this afternoon's field. He is owned by the partnership of Smith and Johnston. Herberto Rivera Jr. flies in from Maryland for the mount aboard on the scent. He has 7 starts with 4 times on the board and over $88,000 in earnings.
Prince Lombardi is trained by Felix Chavez, will be ridden today by Patricia Cooksey. Prince Lombardi placed both in the Heritage and the Hoover Stakes, but has had 3 off tracks last time out.
Thanks, Penelope. She's wearing saddlecloth number 4, and she is another one of those 4 fillies in the race. She is owned by Ted Cleveland Jr. and trained by Leonard Atkinson. Brent Bartram has the riding call. 1 win out of 4 starts. She captured the opening day Tada Stakes at Beulah Park.
Hard 10, trained by Paul Meyer, ridden by Sebastian Madrid. You will see this horse on the front. He's won 3 of 4 lifetime, including 2 stakes races. His last win by 18 lengths in the Indiana Breeders' Futurity.
The 6 horse, you gotta like this name. Trust Me, I'm a Doctor. He is owned by the Stony Crest Farm, trained by Ken Stanky. Miguel Jimenez is in the irons. He won the Heritage Stakes up at Thistledown with a trouble line. He raced extremely wide.
Erie Deary, trained by Herb Williams, will be ridden by Carlos Herrera. This is one of the fillies in the race. She closed very well after a bad start in the John Galbraith and should be coming at the end today.
The 8 horse, Portentum, won the very first race in the state for Buckeye-bred 2-year-olds. He captured the Graduate Stakes back on June 25th. He is owned by Cole, Nancy, and Jeffrey. Michael Rowland has the mount aboard Portentum.
Number 9, Rosebud's Honey, was scratched. The 10 is Dee's Heart, owned, bred, and trained by John Bohannon. Dee's Heart won the 1 mile and a 16th John Galbraith Stakes at Beulah Park.
Stormy Deep will wear saddlecloth number 11. This 2-year-old is from the Bomazon and Windover Farm Barn of Jim Morgan. He has 6 starts, very consistent on the board in 5 of those 6 with $58,000 in earnings. And Julio Espinoza is aboard Stormy Deep.
Number 12 and part of the field is Billy Genn, trained by Felix Chavez, ridden by Steve Neff. This horse is bred to go long, beat Stormy Deep in his first race of the year.
And rounding out the juvenile field and part of the mutual field is Bud Rob Tom. This horse took a while to learn the ways of the racetrack. He won his last 2 starts prepping for the Best of Ohio. Juan Soto has the mount on Bud Rob Tom, who has had 10 starts in his young career. That is the field for the Best of Ohio Juvenile Championship. And now let's take a look at the odds. The entry of Oh Noble Splash and Oh So Am I is at 13-1, and that's a bit of surprise.
Number 2 on the scent, as expected, one of the favorites in here at 7-2.
Prince Lombardi, he's a 35-1 chance, and Thanks Penelope is going off at 19-1.
Hard 10, looking to be favored at 7-5. Trust Me, I'm a Doctor is at 10-1.
The 7 horse Erie Deary is a 19-1 chance, and Portentum, the longest shot in the field, is 80-1.
Rosebud's Honey scratch, Dee's Heart at 8-1, and Stormy Deep at 9-2.
The 12 horse Billy Ginn and Bud Rob Tom, they are part of the mutual field, and they are tabbed at 21-1. It's a big day in Cincinnati, and River Downs is the host of the Best of Ohio Championship races. And Mayor Charlie Lucan welcomes the Best of Ohio to Cincinnati.
Cincinnati is proud and excited to welcome the Best of Ohio to River Downs Racetrack. You know, Winston Churchill once said that Cincinnati was the most beautiful inland city in America, and we think River Downs is one of the prettier tracks around the Midwest. It's particularly nice to have the best thoroughbreds, the best horsemen, the best horsewomen in Cincinnati. I hope you're all winners today. Enjoy the race and enjoy Cincinnati.
Hard 10 is the 2-to-1 choice. On the Scent is at 5-2. They're warming up, and we'll be right back with the Best of Ohio Juvenile Championship at River Downs, Cincinnati.
For a real fan like me, the greatest games are the games I can replay over and over in my memory. Like 1951, Bobby Thompson's 9th inning homer that won the flag for the Giants. And 1988, Kirk Gibson's clutch 9th inning homer that won the series opener and set the stage for the Dodgers' victory. But all the great games aren't in the past. Lots of great ones are coming up. And one thing's for sure, the Sporting News will be there to bring you everything you need to know. The Sporting News, America's sports authority with the most complete weekly coverage of baseball, football, basketball, and hockey. Call now for the Sporting News at the lowest rate anywhere with convenient delivery right to your door.
Call 1-800-535-1700 and get 29 issues of the Sporting News for 4 payments of just $4.99. You'll save 69% off the cover price, 40% off the regular subscription rate. You can't get a better deal. Call now 1-800-535-1700. That's 1-800-535-1700.
Just do it. Hey, just try it, man. It's easy. Come on, man. Just give it a try. What are you waiting for?
Kids face a lot of pressure to do things that may not always be right.
Don't worry, man. You'll love it. Come on.
The United Way Torch Drive supports 153 agencies like the Boys and Girls Clubs of Southeastern Michigan, which takes some of the pressure off being a kid.
Here you go, Ted. You're up. Step up to the plate.
There's so much more to be done. Please, give more.
8 to shoot, Sally. Off the back iron, Rodman working with Barkley. Does not win the battle, or does he? Yes! Oh, you gotta love the rebound. Mahorn had it blocked by Henderson. Here comes Barkley, like a ball in a china shop. Goes it to Martin, blocked by Rodman. Oh, what a duel. Barkley says, I'm going through everybody. He forgot about number 10.
Now, do you drive, then fly, or fly, then drive?
This is not your father's Oldsmobile. This is the new generation of Olds.
Test drive the new Cutlass Supreme 4-door at your reliable Men of Olds dealer today.
We're just moments away from the Best of Ohio Juvenile Championship, and let's take a look at the odds. Hard 10 is the 9-5 favorite. Second choice is the 2 on the Scent at 5-2. And now let's go to the top contenders piece for this afternoon's Best of Ohio.
On the Scent is a colt by Stutz Blackhawk, who is owned by Wilbur Johnston and George Smith, trained by Jesus Suarez. In 7 lifetime starts, has a win, 3 seconds, 2/3 for earnings of over $88,000.
He won the Hoover Stakes back in July here at River Downs and ran second in the Grade 3 Miller High Life Cradle Stakes. In fact, the only bad performance this consistent colt has had was on October the 18th in his last race prepping up to the Best of Ohio when he finished 6th, beating 11 lengths. You might be able to discount that race. He was running with blinkers on for the first time and ran close to the lead instead of making his late run from behind.
Stormy Deep is a colt by Diamond Shoal, who's owned by Blamazon and Wendover Farm. Trained by Jim Morgan, Stormy Deep has 6 lifetime starts, a first, 3 seconds, and a third for earnings of over $58,000.
This is a colt who broke his maiden in the Prelude Stakes here at River Downs on August the 20th. He followed that effort up with a 3rd place finish in the Grade 3 Miller High Life Cradle Stakes. His only disappointing race was in the Juvenile Stakes at Thistledowns. He might not have liked the muddy going, but he's bounced back with an October 10th tightener at Keeneland when he finished 2nd to the D. Wayne Lucas trainee, Captain Starbuck.
O Noble Splash is a colt by Buck Splasher, owned by Irish Acre Farms, trained by John Guisardo, 4 lifetime starts, 2 wins, and 2 seconds for earnings of over $67,000.
This is a very small individual. He's no bigger than a minute, but he can run. He broke his maiden at Thistledowns on August the 31st, and then he scored a gigantic upset in the $100,000 juvenile stakes at Thistledowns when he scored by a length in that mile and a 16th affair, which is the same distance as today's Best of Ohio juvenile.
And now we'll take a look at one more contender. Paul Meyer is the trainer of Hard 10, currently the third choice in the morning line. And Paul, he's coming off an awfully big race in his last start.
Well, we brought that horse into that race hoping he'd just work, and it turned out that he got on the lead and ran along very smoothly and maybe went a little too fast, but handled it very well, came out of it perfectly. So we decided to bring him right back this week. That was our plan.
It was a fast race, and it was only 6 days ago. Any concern that that might have taken a little too much out of him?
There was concern the day of the race, and, you know, we looked at him very closely day after and up until the day of entering for this race, and the horse only improved off the race. It was almost like a work to him, so we went ahead and came into this race. I think we're going to be in good shape.
And Paul, you've got 3 other horses in today. You're going to be a busy man. Christine, the distaff, is being asked to carry an awful lot of weight. Any concerns about that?
Well, there's a great deal of concern there. This is only a 3-year-old filly, and I put her up against the older fillies one time this year, and she was beaten. I think the weight on this filly today is going to make this race very evenly matched. We don't have any advantage at all.
And then, of course, you've got Never Force and Sweets in the endurance. Any edge to either one of them?
Depends on how the track is. I haven't quite gotten a good reading on it. Never Force is going to press the pace a little bit, and Sweets comes off the pace. And Sweets definitely figures to get the distance. If he has clear sailing, he could be an upset today.
Okay, Paul, don't run around too much, and good luck to you. John and Kevin, back to you.
The horses have reached the starting gate for the Best of Ohio Juvenile Championship. Hard 10, Paul Meyer's trainee has just gone to 3-2. Second choice is on the scent at 5-2, and the third choice is Stormy Deep, who is 4-1. This race is going to be an interesting race. It looks like Hard 10 will just make the lead, and he'll be the horse to catch in this race, John.
Without a doubt, Kevin, in examining the fractions, this horse easily goes under 46 seconds every time he goes a half mile. I don't see why that'll be any different today. The only question is, will he get around 2 turns? When he ran in the Indiana Breeders' Futurity, they worked him out an extra furlong around the turn to try to build up his stamina, and we'll find out if Paul Meyer was able to do that today, but he's got his work cut out for him with On the Scent and Stormy Deep, I think, will be the 2 main competitors.
Susan, do you have any thoughts about this Best of Ohio Juvenile as the horses go in the gate?
Well, Hard 10 is, of course, the chief speed, but you're going to have to look for some other horses up there pressing the pace. Oh, So Am I, Stormy Deep, Bud Rub Tom, all of them are going to be up there. So it's just a question of who can settle a little bit and take a little edge off.
Half the field has loaded into the starting gate for the Best of Ohio Juvenile Championship. The post-time favorite at 8-5 is the Paul Meyer trained Hard 10, the jockey Sebastian Madrid. We're waiting for the last 4 horses to go under the gate, and now let's go up on top of the Riverdowns grandstand to Nick Caporo, the voice of Beulah Park and the voice of the Best of Ohio.
Thank you very much, Kevin. We're waiting just for the last 3 horses to go into the gate. Stormy Deep goes in as we load the field up. Stormy Deep has gone into line. We're waiting for Bud Rob Tom. And then on the outside, we will have Oh Noble Splash, 8-5, currently on number 5, Hard 10. They're at the post. They're off. From the center of the field is Portenum. From the outside, Stormy Deep, then Oh, So Am I. On the inside, Trust Me, I'm a Doctor. They make their way into the clubhouse turn, and that's Portenum who takes the lead a length. Along the inside, Trust Me, I'm a Doctor is second. Between horses, Oh, So Am I third. Stormy Deep is a close fourth. At a gap of 3 lengths, Hard 10 has made progress into fifth. On the inside, Prince Lombardi sixth, Bud Rob Tom seventh, a length. Billy Gann is 8th. D's Hard on the outside runs 9th. Thanks Penelope is 10th. And it's a gap of 3 lengths to Erie, Deary in 11th. Along the rail on the scent is 12th. 13th and last is Oh Noble Splash. They're midway down the back stretch. Portenum leads the way by 3/4 of a length as Stormy Deep on the outside moves into second. Along the inside, Trust Me, I'm a Doctor is third, a gap of 2.5. Hard 10 is fourth. Then it's a length and a half to Bud, Rob, Tom in fifth. 3 more lengths. Prince Lombardi is sixth, though so am I seventh. On the Scent is making progress on the outside in eighth. They start onto the far turn. Portenum opens the lead to a length and a half. Stormy Deep is second. Hard 10 is rallying strongly on the outside, is now third. Trust Me, I'm a Doctor fourth, then a gap of 5 lengths. On the outside, On the Scent moves into fifth. Bud, Rob, Tom is sixth. Along the inside, Prince Lombardi seventh as they approach the top of the stretch. Hard 10 on the outside puts ahead in front. On the rail, Portenum still game in second. Between horses, Stormy Deep is third. On the wide outside, Trust Me, I'm a Doctor fourth. On the Scent fifth. Inside the last furlong, Portenum on the rail still with the lead. On the outside, Stormy Deep is second. Then Hard 10 and On the Scent. Into the final stages, Portenum the leader from Stormy Deep at the line. Portenum is in front.
Portenum went to the front and played Catch Me If You Can, and no one could. He went through fractions of 23-2, 47-3, 112-1, and completed the mile to 16th in 146 1/5. It was jockey Mike. It was jockey Mike Rowland aboard Portenum, scoring the upset victory in the Juvenile Championship. He was sent away at odds of 99-1.
Well, Portenum, we said the last 3 times he's caught off tracks. Not today. A fast track. Strong right-hand whip. Stormy Deep just to the outside. Not being able to get there today, though. They came to them earlier in the stretch, but this horse just never stopped, Kevin.
Hard 10 roared up on the outside at the top of the stretch, but Mike Rowland had Portenum in gear. This horse is either very good or he is very bad. He won the very first stakes race for Ohio Breds, the Graduate Stakes, but he followed that up with a 29 length defeat in the Heritage Stakes, and in the Juvenile Stakes, his most recent start, he was beaten 37 lengths at Thistledowns. This afternoon, he went to the front. Alan Sobel and Mike Rowland played Catch Me If You Can, and that's something they're going to try to do in the Endurance too, John.
They will. We may see it again today. The tip-off in here might have been the October 14th workout, 5 furlongs in 1 minute and 4/5. That's healthy.
There is the best juvenile in Ohio, Portenum. We'll be back to River Downs with the official results of the juvenile.
Introducing.
Here's a great new way to support college athletics by ordering your officially licensed T-shirt and cap for only $21.95. Join the team. The proceeds will boost and benefit your favorite school and their athletic program. The T-shirt is available in white or gray with a great 2-color school logo. The premium quality embroidered cap comes in white. Call now to get your official college T-shirt and cap for only $21.95.
To order, call toll-free 1-800-942-1900. Add shipping and handling charges. Allow 4 to 6 weeks for delivery. That number again is 1-800-942-1900.
I'm Bob Knoll. My official title is Head of Auto Testing for Consumer Reports magazine, but I really work for you. And there are over 200 people who work for you at Consumer Reports. We test and report on everything from toothpaste to TVs. Right now is a good time to try Consumer Reports because you can get a free trial issue with no strings attached. Here are the details.
Call now for your free trial issue of Consumer Reports, the magazine that gives you all the pros and cons of a product, including price. Call for your free trial issue now, then decide. When the bill arrives, pay it and get 11 more issues, 12 in all, including the annual buying guide issue, for just $18. Or write cancel on the bill and owe nothing. If you do subscribe, you'll also get 2 free gifts: the new Medicine Show, updated and revised, and the 1989 buying guide issue.
So put Consumer Reports to work for you. Call now.
Call now for Consumer Reports.
Call toll-free 1-800-472-3300. That's 1-800-472-3300. The Palace of Auburn Hills and Budweiser proudly present the legendary British rock group Jethro Tull on Monday, November the 6th, along with special guest group It Bites. Good seats are still available at Hudson's, Harmony House, all Ticketmaster outlets, and all Great Stuff stores. Or charge by phone at 645-6666.
Ohio Juvenile Championship, it's now official. And take a look at those prices. Portenum, who paid $205.20 to win, worth $53 to place, $14.20 to show. Stormy Deep, he returned $640 to place, $380 to show. And the third horse was number 2 On the Scent, who paid $2.80 on the end. The exacta combination, if you like the chances of Portentum and hook him up with Stormy Deep, the exacta paid $1,506.60. And John Englehart is standing by with the winning rider, a happy Mike Rowland.
Mike, we talked earlier, but we thought we might be talking about another horse.
Oh, this is as good as any. I hope we're talking again, too.
No doubt about it. Now, listen, tell us about this. Were those your instructions to go out there and play catch me if you can?
Well, no, see, we looked at the form, and there was a lot of speed in the race. And we looked, this horse came from off the pace once before when he broke his maiden. And we figured we'd let a couple of speed horses go, hard 10 and on the scent, you know, maybe sit right in behind them and, you know, try to make a run. We thought that would be our best shot. But
okay, well, let's take a look at it, and you can tell us where you are and where they are.
Okay, he kind of broke in the air a little bit, but he came down and he was hitting, he was running. So, you know, I was looking right here, like I'm a length in front of these inside horses. So I went ahead and sent him right to the lead, and you know, and I was able to back it up, you know, back up the pace as much as possible. You know, you see, he went 23 and 2, 47 and 3. I backed him up pretty good. And he just galloped in the lead. 2 horses came to him at the top of the stretch and got by him. Now, one horse kind of got, maybe not all the way by him, but right nose to nose with him. And then I sat down, but I asked him to run. He kept running.
Were you surprised that hard 10 wasn't up there? Everybody said he'd be the speed.
I was very surprised. Him and, oh, I can't remember who else it was, to tell you the truth.
Now, is there a point in here where you give your horse a breather, or was it all go from here? You're heading into the second turn.
No, I gave him a breather, like all the way down the backside. I was able to sit on him. He had that horse clocking, you know, he's clocking the horse right on the outside. And every time he got, you know, closer than a half a length, he'd take off, you know, and would never let him get by. And when I asked him to run, he ran for me.
Now that's hard 10 making his move now. I don't know if they planned it that way. It looked like he had plenty of horse. Did you know he was coming?
Yeah, I knew those 2 of them. See right there, the one on the outside, they're by me. You know, and I just stayed in there and I just kept after him. And you know, I mean, as soon as he straightened out, boy, he kept on running as soon as he switched leads right there. It was fun.
Well, from that, it's all the way home. We all saw that. Congratulations to Mike Rowland. Let's go now to Susan Finley with some other winning members of the team.
And I'm here right now with owner Jeffrey Cole. Jeffrey, 205.20. The first thing I want to know is, did you have a ticket on him?
I did, yes. I had a lot of confidence in this horse, and he won down here in June, and he had bad luck up till now, and we knew he was good, but I think we were the only people here who did.
There was a lot of question about whether or not the speed would burn itself out today. Were you concerned about that? He went right to the lead, held it all the way?
I was. I was concerned all the way to the finish line.
And what's next for here for him?
Well, I don't know. He's run great all year. He's in good shape, and I think we'll probably try and find one more spot for him and then rest him over the winter and start again in the spring.
All right, well, good luck to you. I'm sure we'll see you here back next year. John and Kevin, back to you.
Thank you.
It was a surprise winner in the Best of Ohio Juvenile Championships. Congratulations to Alan Sobel, the trainer, Mike Rowland, the jockey, and Portentum, who surprised everyone and paid over $200 to win. Pride of ownership. It is very special in thoroughbred ownership, and Gary Aiken shares that feeling with his friends. Aiken is the managing partner of a syndicate of thoroughbred owners. A meeting of friends is a common occurrence at Gary Aiken's home in Centerville. The topic of conversation is always thoroughbred racing. Aiken and friends own Buckeye Racing Company. The lure is the excitement of racing and winning. Many of the partners in Buckeye Racing went to the track for the very first time with Aiken.
Very few have any prior racehorse ownership business, and I think that a number of them have really enjoyed getting to understand and try to determine the best way to approach this business and learn about the racehorses. I think most of them thought that it was just that it may just be a poor investment that might be for a lark, and that's not necessarily true, especially if you treat these like they really are, which are professional athletes, and manage them as if they're professional athletes, and try to make decisions based on that, not on falling in love with them. Thank you.
The Buckeye Racing Company mixes business with pleasure, and any gathering is a good time. Success in this business is measured with two lines, the finish line and the bottom line.
The social venture is kind of inherent in the thoroughbred racing industry, I think. At least it ought to be. It is run as a business, though, and definitely as a business. It was set up that way, it's operated that way, and that's the way we approach it. We're not into these million-dollar packages like you read so much about and all. We tried to put something together that was practical and reasonable.
The day-to-day operational decisions are left up to Aiken and trainer Elmer Cowan. Before the horses could be trained by Cowan, the syndicate had to purchase them. The syndicate members put their faith in Gary Aiken's 10 years of thoroughbred experience.
As far as the decision as to which ones to purchase, what I have done with the ones that we purchased is that I'll recommend to the group which ones that I believe we should purchase as Buckeye Racing Company. And then I'll tell them what reasons they may be and what the prices are and whether I think that that's the way we should go. And they've been pretty well satisfied so far with the ones that we've decided to purchase. And of course, the satisfaction comes from success that we've had with them, I believe.
Syndicate members are happy with their business venture. During the 3 years, their horses have reached the finish line first on many occasions. And thanks to the success of horses like Nordic Landing, the bottom line is very healthy.
The best horse in that syndicate was Nordic Landing. He's still a good 4-year-old in the state of Ohio now. He had won over $150,000 in his first 2 years, and he won over $75,000 his first year. So that was real helpful for us as far as being able to really get our capital investment in order and a good return on it. But we've been lucky, too, and that we don't apologize for being lucky, but we know how fortunate we are to be lucky because it takes an awful lot of that in this business.
The sport of thoroughbred racing certainly has its ups and downs. Gary Aiken and the Buckeye Racing Company had sticky strings pointed to the Best of Ohio Juvenile Championship Series. However, a chip in her knee forced her to the sidelines, and now their hope in the Best of Ohio Series lies on Honey League Girl, a 3-year-old Honey J filly who is in the Best of Ohio Distaff Championship. She'll be wearing saddlecloth number 1 in our next race here at River Downs, Cincinnati's racetrack.
Without the horse owners, there would be no show, but here in Ohio, we have 3 of the best facilities in the country for putting out the show of thoroughbred horse racing. Thistledown in Cleveland, Beulah Park, and of course, the beautiful River Downs in Cincinnati, Ohio. Kevin's going to take us on a little tour of the Ohio thoroughbred racetracks in the Buckeye State.
The sport of thoroughbred racing in Ohio is big business. Last year, Ohio Thoroughbred Farms raised over 1,050 foals, and since the inception of the Ohio